All right, welcome everyone to the Committee on Professional Responsibility and Conduct. As a reminder, this meeting is being recorded. Under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, remote members of the committee must be visible on camera unless such appearance would be technologically impracticable. If so, the member shall announce the reasons for their non-appearance during the roll call. Remote members must also disclose any individuals aged 18 years or older in the room with them. All right, let's move on to the roll call. Karen, can you please take the roll?
Yes. Ali?
Present.
Brown?
Present.
Coleman? Coleman not present. Shivers?
Here.
Guzman? Guzman not present. Joyce?
Here.
Kruger? Mercado?
Here. I just want to mention my camera's gone out twice on me. It's a technical glitch. I'm trying to solve it. I seem to be on now, but if I'm off, it's due to technical glitch.
Mohebi?
Here.
Munoz? Munoz not present. O'Reilly?
Here.
Poindexter? Poindexter not present. Riley?
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda is the call for public comment. State Bar staff will call members of the public in the order that they appear in the attendee pool.
For those who are participating by Zoom video, you should have a function for virtually raising your hand. It is a hand icon and should appear at the bottom center of your screen. If you wish to address the committee, please click on the hand icon now, and State Bar staff will call on you in the order the hands are received. For those who are participating by phone, you may virtually raise your hand by pressing *9. That is the star key, then number 9. We will allow 3 minutes for each speaker. The on-screen will begin as soon as you start your comment, and you will be verbally alerted once you have 30 seconds remaining. Okay, I'll go in the order the hands were received. Kai, you have 3 minutes to speak. Go ahead and speak. Go ahead, Kai.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Kai, we can.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Kai On from Sacramento. Sacramento DA office and police provide me forgery and fake information about the death of my father. DA case number 99F08735. Mr. Zhong Shou Fang killed Mr. Wen Kong On. I filed complaint against Sacramento DA Mr. Tian Ho and Attorney General Mr. Robert Bonter because they didn't investigate since 2024. State Bar file number 25-0-12611 and 12612. In February, State Bar used an incorrect reason to dismiss my complaint and claim it is a civil matter. Then State Bar intentionally keep delaying the process of my complaint review request. Because I went to San Francisco Supreme Court oral argument to send letters to Committee on Judicial Ethics opinion and to all Supreme Court judges this Monday. Then State Bar notified me they will start processing my complaint review request. All committee members, you are serving State Bar, but State Bar has misconduct issue. How State Bar can regulate the conduct for all the licensed attorney in California? Please look into the misconduct issue in State Bar of California. Thank you.
Thank you, Kai. Okay, up next is Audit LA. You have 3 minutes to speak. Go ahead. Audit LA, you may want to unmute. Audit LA, looks like you're still on mute. If you would like to speak for 3 minutes, go ahead and unmute.
Yes, hello. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Your 3 minutes are.
Okay, yes, I am. I want to talk about a lawyer named Kendrick Moxon. I have filed a complaint against him because he is harassing me behind the scenes. He's trying to intimidate me because I am somebody who is speaking up for the victims of and survivors of Scientology, specifically the children who grew up on their ranches. And and I've become an advocate and a staunch one. You've heard me before, but I am being intimidated by this person. And now that I filed my complaint, which you said it wasn't quite up to where it needs to be, where you can intervene, but you left it open for 90 days. So what they're doing now is they're getting other people to do their campaign, because I guess they know that I'm going to see the CPRAs. I'm seeing the emails where they're trying to blacklist me from, any, from the city attorneys, from the police. They're, trying to demean my character and my integrity. And they are, trying to intimidate me that they're going to put me out on media for no other reason than I am advocating for the victims of Scientology. And it needs to stop. Like lawyers like that, he feels he can hide behind his bar license, and he kind of can, because when I brought the complaint, nothing was done. I mean, there should be some level when it comes to their ethics and their how they act, that, okay, if it's not a full complaint that can disbar him, there should be some level of intervention. I showed proof of what he's doing. And now I am, I say publicly at meetings now, I am not suicidal. And I have to say that. They send people to my neighbors, and I've been followed. I've had, just numerous, stuff, and they want to intimidate me to shut me up, from speaking up for the victims, and I will not. In fact, the next thing is, I want people to. There's a book called Child X, which we are going to put in the hands of different leaders, so you can understand what has happened in Los Angeles to the children that I am adamantly and I am going to defend and help and advocate for. So it's and the author is Jamie Mustard. I would recommend everybody reading that
You have
book so
30
you can get
seconds
a
remaining.
glimpse. And I'm sorry.
You have 30 seconds remaining. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. And I'm just saying that there should be some intervention. I should not have, a lawyer should not be allowed to basically terrorize me and intimidate me and make me in fear of my life, because I'm advocating for victims. That's not how the system works. I am asking you to seriously look into his bar license, Kendrick Moxon.
Your time is up. Please wrap it up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next is Laura. Laura, please go ahead and give your public comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Laura, go ahead.
Hi, okay, so yes, I am also calling. I've been waiting to call and report. I've already did an online report, filed a report against Kendrick Moxon. I was a child born and raised in the system of the organization of Scientology, and as a minor, I worked along the side of Kendrick Moxon. Kendrick Moxon is using his law license as a weapon right now, currently specifically against protesters and people exposing the internal crimes of Scientology. Now, Kendrick Moxon is because I know this firsthand knowledge, and I have, like I said, I've written my bar report. You guys should have it. I would actually like to reference my case, the case number 25-0-25703, Kendrick Litchie Moxon. Okay, so this has been an ongoing criminal act behavior from Kendrick Moxon over the last 40 plus years. Kendrick Moxon has hidden and covered up major crimes, major deaths, major child trafficking and rape and pedophilia. Kendrick Moxon himself is a hardcore OT7, I believe, Scientologist. And if you know anything about Scientology, you're way up You've already read all about the aliens and the Xenus and all of that. So while some people might find this entertaining and funny or not so fucking serious, this is very serious. I am now 39 years old. I'm almost 40 years old. I was 15 years old running and shredding documents while Kendrick Moxon was hiding and writing, falsifying documents through the FBI. He was lying to the FBI. This is all on the records. I've attached all these details. Kendrick Moxon right now, till this day, is trying to get now protesters arrested. He already has gotten them arrested. He keeps them in lawsuits and cases so that they lose money, they run out of money, and they have to take plea deals, and he harasses them. This is so unethical. This is so unethical. This has been going on for 30 years. I'm an adult now, trying to speak my voice. I'm trying to get justice for all the people that have been put in jail.
You have 30
because of
seconds
Kendrick
remaining.
Moxon.
Go ahead, you have 20 seconds remaining.
Please, I'm fucking so annoying that I just get interrupted. I can see the clock. Please, get Moxon's law license revoked. His own daughter's crime, his own daughter's suicide was covered up by him. Do the investigation.
Your time is up. Thank you. Up next is Jill. Jill, please start your public comment.
Hi. I'm going to report on another aspect of Kendrick Moxon, law license number 128240. Do you hear me right now? Because I don't see the clock right now. You have to display the clock. I'm concerned because you have an attorney or quote unquote attorney that's abusing his license and not going by a professional code of conduct that he swore to abide when he took the bar exam and became a bar under the state of California. He employs lawfare, like Laura FM just said. He is going against people that are exercising their First Amendment right to protest abuses of a cult. Not so much a hate crime like they're saying that they're doing hate crimes, because a hate crime would be like, breaking glass, writing swastikas, defacing anything, like hurting people. They're just stating that abuse is going on in the cult, and they're going out there trying to sort of make the public aware and prevent the recruitment. Like, you would be appreciative if someone was warning your family about not going in there and getting all caught up in this cult of Scientology. So Mr. Moxon is going after people under the hire of this criminal organization, and it's criminal. You've seen the news reports. You all you have to do is Google it, watch many documentaries, go on TikTok. He sued somebody. He put a false restraining order on someone named Daniel Villeda, and in the court case, he manufactured and he altered a videotape to make the person that he was going against look bad, and it made him look like he was actually attacking a member of the Scientology cult by the name of Philip Campos. In fact, Philip Campos was the one setting up things to make it so that Mr. Villeda would have to defend himself by getting run over by Mr. Campos's scooter. So if you saw the real video, it would look like Daniel Villeda was run over by Mr. Campos, or trying to be hit by Mr. Campos, and Villeda in a reflex tried to sort of get that scooter away from him, but Mr. Moxon made the video look like Villeda just went up and just shoved him. Total doctor, total editing, and total deep fake video. You need to revoke this license of this person. And that's terrible that he has a license and that you're not investigating this. Do your job and revoke the license and investigate him. Bye.
Thank you for your public comment. Okay, up next is Jill. Jill, please give your public comment.
I already gave my public comment.
Let me go.
I already gave, didn't I go already?
Yes, sorry, I think your hand was still up. But
I
I'll go
don't know
ahead.
how to lower it. I don't know. I'll lower it now. I don't.
Okay, up next is Henry. Henry, please give your public comment.
Good morning. So in the Code of Ethics, it says that an attorney is supposed to be a zealous advocate for their client. That does not in any way, shape, or form, however, mean that you are allowed under law and under the statute of your license to aid and abet clients to break the law and get away with it because you are an attorney. Now, I want to point to a very specific example where this is happening to build up on some of the comments talked about with one such lawyer being Kendrick Moxon. The city attorney of Los Angeles, Heidi Feldstein Soto, has definitively colluded with Moxon to actually break the law under the Bain Act, under the color of law, to repeatedly, selectively, and vindictively prosecute anybody that dares even publicly criticize, let alone any gray areas that you want to conceive of on a what-if statement, but definitively, vindictively, selectively prosecute anybody that dares criticize. And there's actual victims at stake who have suffered this history of selective and vindictive prosecution. I'm one of those people, and the discovery in my case definitively showed that there was direct collusion between Heidi's office, the LAPD, and doctored police reports under the leadership of Kendrick Moxon to prosecute me for a case that never existed, that never should have gone to the court of law at all, and has nothing to do with discretion. It was 100%. Even the trial prosecutor assigned to prosecute the case, Ethan Green, said this is a political prosecution and should have never seen the light of day, but it did. And so if you want something to tip the scales over as to how can we actually go after Kendrick Moxon, there's your tipping of the scale. You have direct collusion with the government entity, two of them, LAPD and the city attorney's office, to prosecute anybody that dares publicly protest and criticize the criminal activity, not the religious status, but the criminal activity of a known criminal enterprise known as Scientology. You have Aja, who was violently attacked by a Scientologist, literally Rinaldi, never prosecuted. You have Chris, who was violently attacked just outside a Hollywood LAPD station, got his teeth knocked out. He was knocked unconscious. The attacker is known and never prosecuted. You have William Good, who had his nose broken, violently
30 seconds remaining.
and bleeding on the ground. The attacker is known, never prosecuted. I got violently attacked also by Hollywood by two other Scientologists. Their identities were known, never prosecuted. But you know who was prosecuted? Myself and Jay. Jay was prosecuted over what? He was standing on a sidewalk holding a sign saying that Scientology commits crimes, and he was arrested and unlawfully detained, and he was criminally prosecuted and given a bullshit gag order because he was terrified. He was terrified of the criminal activity going on. And he was terrified of the collusion between the city attorney's office and Scientology. So there you go. There's your tipping of the scales. And I look forward to seeing some of you in court, knowing that I saw administrative relief and you did nothing about it.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next is Mona. Mona, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, board, for the time to comment today. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Again, thank you. Thank you very much. It must be a Kendrick Moxon day because I am also calling. He is in violation of your rules for professional responsibility and conduct. There's no question whatsoever. I want to also call in for support of case 25-0-25703. I believe Ms. Lara had already spoke about that. I'm confident that you're going to take this up in an investigation. If you don't, it certainly would be evidence that your board may have some compromise. Let me tell you why. During the sessions for Scientologists, they have auditing, ethics, and courses. before every single audit, ethics, or course session, they are told, quote, remember what every Scientologist is told. While we cannot guarantee you that matters revealed in this list will be held forever secret, we can promise you faithfully that no part nor any answer you make here will be given to the police or the state. No Scientologist will ever bear witness against you in court. So Kendrick Moxon is upholding this promise to every person, and this is where they report their crimes. They have to report their crimes in order to be saved in society or saved for their salvation. So as mandated reporters, they should be reporting this, and he's hiding this. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next is Carrie. Carrie, you have 3 minutes to talk.
Thank you so much. My name's Carrie Poppy. I submitted a written statement as well. It's about case number 240141330. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh,
go ahead.
Sorry, I got a little pop-up. So my lawyer, Matthew Strugar, pardon me, he raped and sexually abused me. He is a pro bono lawyer, excuse me, who finds activists and journalists who need help. But he dropped me. I reported him, and I wasn't able to talk to a woman for over a year. I asked 4 times, and I referenced a California law that I believe says I need to be able to talk to a woman. Finally, after a year into it, they allowed me to meet with someone named Mirna Pineda, who is an investigator. And she was unwilling to talk to me about my case. She just wanted to sit across from me and fill out a form for me on her own website, which I found insulting. I've talked to George Cardona. I've talked to Ellen DeVitian. I've talked to Carissa Anderson. I've talked to every woman on your board of trustees, and no one will help me. This man will trap other people. He will. I knew him really well. I knew him for many years, and I had to quit my job because of him. I'm an accountability reporter. That's what he saw and what he wanted to exploit. So anyone who's listening also, if you want to reach out to me, my email is carriepoppy@gmail.com, and of course I'll speak up for you too. I also want to point out that in 2024, the board sent 0 reports to the outside auditor. 0. I asked over and over for new reviews. You sent 0. This has been the worst event of my life. And seeing how badly the system lets down women.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. Has been the worst of it. So specifically, Raquel, Erin, Eleanor, Vakita, Carrie, sorry, your name is blocked, Catherine, and the 2 women sitting in Malibu Lagoon Conference Room A. Please join together and talk to the men. Please. A female lawyer friend of mine said I'm in a mob and I didn't know it. Please help.
Time is up. Thank you, Carrie, for your public comment. Up next is Spine. Spine, you have 3 minutes. Okay.
Yes, good morning. My name is Steve Spinella. Perhaps the way my name comes across, S. Spinella. In any event, we had submitted, I should tell you that I work at the San Diego County District Attorney's Office. I, together with a number of other prosecutors, submitted a request for an opinion from the COPRAC committee And we did receive an ethics alert as well as an understanding that there would be some public comment today. Yesterday, we did submit, this was done by the Riverside District Attorney's Office, 3 questions for consideration by the committee. So I guess I first have a question whether or not the committee received that.
We did receive it.
You did receive it, excellent. So with unfamiliar with the format of the public comment aspect of today's proceeding, I suppose that I will reiterate one of the questions that was put forth yesterday, and that is simply that we had asked a very specific question for a COPRAC opinion, and the ethics alert which was supplied simply did not answer that question. That was the first question of the email from the Riverside District Attorney's Office about whether currency seized by law enforcement that is deposited to an asset forfeiture account maintained by the county treasurer in the county treasurer's name and over which no licensee, i.e. district attorney, has signature authority or authority to issue checks or wire instructions is deemed received or held by the district attorney within the meaning of 1.5 of the rules of professional conduct. That question respectfully was not answered in the ethics alert. And we have other concerns that previous correspondence, most particularly the November 12, 2024 letter of 5 separate district attorneys to special counsel at the State Bar of California, pointed to a number of different issues, cited some law and other practical concerns. We do not see that addressed anywhere. So we have some concerns that the very specific question that was framed in our request for COPRAC opinion letter is simply not answered in the ethics report. So the question I suppose we have is, what next steps might we consider to ensure that we get on an opinion from COPRAC on the framed question? I'm sorry, I can't hear anything if anyone is speaking.
No, no one was speaking. The public comment period is for us to receive comments from the public rather than to engage in a dialogue, but we will be presenting later this afternoon and we'll address those issues as part of that presentation.
Are we invited to participate in that, or is it simply an internal dialogue to which the district attorneys on this particular Zoom conference would not be invited?
So it's an open meeting. You're welcome to participate and watch it, but at that point, the public comment period would be over, and it's up to the chair's discretion whether or not to reopen it at any point later in the meeting. But if you comment in the morning, you would not be able to comment again in the afternoon.
Okay, so we've exhausted our comment time, and so we would simply be able to listen in to the committee for agenda item 4.11.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. Is there a specific time you might direct us so that we could listen in to the committee's dialogue on agenda item 4.11?
I don't know the specific time that it will be called, but it will be sometime this afternoon.
In the afternoon.
Yeah,
all right.
after 1 o'clock.
And we would be able to log back in with the same link that we're using now.
Yes, correct.
Let me thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next is Gigi. Gigi, you have 3 minutes to talk.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so originally I was calling about Kendrick Maxon, and I will get to that. But the caller, Carrie, that called in a few calls ago, I really want you guys to look into that more, not just as a woman, but as a human, and, the main reason I was calling is Kendrick Maxon. I want to echo what everyone has been saying about him. I want to point out when Laura called in, she spoke of being 15 years old, shredding documents for Kendrick Maxon. I want you guys to be aware of Operation Snow White. Kendrick Maxon was involved in that. Please look it up. There's a simple Wikipedia page if you want that sort of breaks it down very easily. but Kendrick Moxon should not have his bar. He should have lost it decades ago. And I don't know if there's some connection he has or Scientology has that's helping him keep it at this point. But as stated earlier, he has doctored evidence. He's been called out by judges for putting things in that are not correct. He needs to be looked into. There needs to be some discipline. He needs to have his license revoked. And thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you for your public comment, Gigi. Up next is Sandra. Sandra, you have 3 minutes to talk.
Thank you for letting me speak. I also am here in regards to Kendrick Moxon. There are many situations where he has used his position as a lawyer to cover up the crimes of sexual and physical and mental abuse of children and the elderly within Scientology. Currently, he has, in the last year or two, tried to insert himself into a case from a young gentleman called Josiah who had absolutely nothing to do with Scientology, but he was associated with people who are critics, and he tried to get the boy thrown in prison by injecting himself into his case. He hired Judge Diaz, who has connections to Scientology, to file false TROs against Annie Marini, Scott Hochstetter, and Danny Villeda. He used and coerced the members of Scientology to lie and file out these TROs. He lied in court. He tried to inject people into a current case against Scott Hochstetter who have absolutely nothing to do with it in order to try and boost charges against him. He is responsible for decades of covering up child sexual abuse, sexual assault, mental abuse, and the use of coercive control, holding slave labor in Scientology buildings here in LA and across America. He is an unindicted co-conspirator in Operation Snow White. He had Lara shred evidence in the Lisa McPherson case. He's using the CPRA and FOIA request system to gather personal information in order to go after the critics of Scientology, what they call black PR. They put together packages and mail them out to employers and potential clients, etc. He was filing charges against protesters and critics for having signs that say that they are a cult, and then he stole the signage. He actually is caught on video, him and his assistant Jennifer, stealing the signage of the protesters and walking into the Blue Building carrying it. I think this man should be disbarred. I think his license should be revoked. And I don't know why this Jennifer person is even involved in any of these cases, because she's not a legal representative. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Thank you for your public comment, Sandra. Up next is Mirjam. Mirjam, you have 3 minutes to talk.
Thank you. I'm also calling regarding Kendrick Moxon. I can only echo on everything else that has been said previously, so I will probably not use my full 3 minutes. I just want to re-emphasize that Kendrick Moxon has over the decades been covering several crimes, albeit being a registered lawyer in the state of California the entire time. And he has become over the for the cult of Scientology, where no matter whoever is speaking against them or protesting any kind of attack Kendrick Moxon and the rest of the legal team of the cult of Scientology. So I really, really urge you to look into this matter. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. If anybody else would like to give a public comment, please raise your hand now. Guest E435508, please go ahead and give your public comment. You have 3 minutes to speak.
My name is Gloria Moran, and I'm calling from the District Attorney's Office in Los Angeles. I would also like to comment on the 4.11 agenda item, specifically in addition to my colleague addressing our concerns. But I would also ask the committee to consider the practical boundaries or the practical issues we would have should the committee recommend, as it has said it might. Specifically with the self-assessment test, practically deputy district attorneys are unable to answer the questions as they are currently written in the form. And I would ask the committee to at least consider recommending making changes to include language that would incorporate district attorneys in this area to allow us to be able to answer the questions accordingly. In addition to everything that has already been raised in prior letters and communications, I would at least ask the committee to consider changing the form or the self-assessment test so that we can practically be in a position to answer the questions instead of just having a narrative or no guidance as to how to answer questions that do not really apply to the asset forfeiture accounts. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Okay, there are no other public comments, Cassidy.
All right, thank you. Next on the agenda is approval of the August meeting minutes. Are there any corrections or modifications to the open session minutes? Nope. So if there's no corrections or modifications, can I have a motion and a second for approval of the minutes?
I'll move to approve the minutes.
I second.
Okay, Karen, please take the roll.
Okay, Ali,
Approve.
Brown,
Yes.
Coleman, Guzman, Joyce, Mercado.
I abstained because I wasn't there. I'm sorry.
Okay, no worries, thank you. Mercado,
Approved.
Mohebi,
Nima?
Nima? Do we know how to get Nima? Can you get off mute? Nima, can you hear us?
It doesn't seem like you can hear.
Okay.
Can somebody reach out to him so he knows?
Seems like he's on a call.
Oh, well, okay.
Okay.
Do we need?
I'll text him.
Just keep going.
I'll text him, but yeah.
Thanks, Raquel.
Yeah, just go ahead. Okay. Munoz?
There he is.
I'll abstain. I was not present.
Okay. O'Reilly?
Yes.
I missed my
Poindexter?
call, Mohebi. I'm here. Sorry about that.
No worries. Mohebi, can I get a position for this?
Approval of the last meeting minutes.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Great. Sorry. I'm in the middle of like the triage with like 19 different things, and I'm really trying my best to focus, but
it's okay. All right, where are we?
Poindexter?
Yes.
Riley?
Yes.
And Shivers?
Yes. Okay, so next, oh, sorry. Did the motion
Okay.
pass?
Yeah, 8 yeses, 2 abstains, the motion carries.
All right, thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is my chair report. So this is my last meeting, so as chair, not as a committee member. I'll be moving on as an advisor. So I want to take this opportunity to thank you all for your hard work on the committee over the past year. I think the theme of this past year has been sort of transitional. We're bringing in Rachel and Karen and Kathy, and the development of a new work plan to hit the ground running next time in the next meeting. But I'm really proud of the work that we have done, especially the judicial threats working group, especially now, given the environment we're in. I think we can continue that work in the next committee year. I want to congratulate those members who are terming off, Brandon and Bill. So thank you guys for your service over all these years. I want to welcome Erin Joyce to the committee. I think you're going to be a fabulous addition, and I can't wait to hear your input and your ideas. And finally, I want to congratulate Dan and Eleanor, who are coming in as the new chair and vice chair. I think it's going to be a really dynamic group next year, and I'm looking forward to continuing my work as an advisor. So thank you guys for putting up with me this past year.
Thank you.
All right.
Good job.
So
Thank you,
next is,
Cassie.
thanks, guys. Next is the staff report by Rachel.
Thank you. Good morning. I obviously echo everything that Cassidy said, and thank you all so much to those members who are terming off. It's been wonderful working with you. Cassidy, you're still stuck with us as the advisor, so I'm looking forward to continuing to work with you. And obviously, congratulations to Dan and Eleanor. Welcome, Erin. And then as of the close of this meeting, a warm welcome to our two incoming members, Allison Madwatkins and Adam Perlman. So they will be joining us at our next COPRAC meeting in October. I know last time we talked about different issues that the committee members had with Zoom and SharePoint. So I just wanted to check in and see if those were resolved. Carrie, I know you're still having ongoing issues. I'm sorry. Aside from that, has everyone been able to access the SharePoint and access the Zoom links for the meetings? Okay, great. I'm seeing a lot of head nods. Perfect. So please just, yeah.
I haven't tried SharePoint, but I have no problem with Zoom, but I'll try SharePoint again and see what that does.
Okay, perfect. And if anyone encounters any issues with either of those, as we move along, please reach out to Karen and I so we can assist. You all probably noticed we had a new little blurb at the beginning of the meeting related to Zoom and technology. All of those instructions that Cassidy gave came straight from the government code, their Bagley-Keene requirements. And as part of that, staff will be putting together Zoom tiles so that if you do need to go off camera, your name and picture will be displayed when you're off camera. So if all of the COPRAC members could please email Karen just a headshot that we can use to create those Zoom tiles, that would be great. And then we can get those set up for the next meeting. I wanted to provide a couple of updates. COPRAC does not currently have anything out for public comment at our level, but 8.2 and 8.4, those proposed amendments were reissued for public comment at the Board of Trustees level, and that will end on October 2nd. And then COPRAC's proposed amendments to solicitation under 7.3 is on the Board of Trustees agenda for their meeting next week. And we anticipate that that will be issued for public comment by the board. So those are moving along. And then I also wanted to briefly just touch on artificial intelligence. I'm asking to reconvene the working group. That practical guidance that was issued by COPRAC was issued it's coming up on 2 years now. So I wanted to reconvene that working group to take a look at it, to see if anything needed to be updated, if there were any changes that need to be made. So we'll be discussing that a little bit later on today's agenda, but I just wanted to highlight that. And then related to that, there was also a request from a professor at Southwestern Law School who is putting together a program in March of 2026 regarding the ethical use of AI, and that's for the USC Intellectual Property Institute. So if there are any members that are interested in helping with that, please reach out to me, let me know. Raquel, I know that you were willing and volunteered. Thank you so much. So I will be forwarding your information along. And if there's anyone else that is interested, please reach out. And then I did have an update regarding legislative advocacy. Karen and I met with Donna Hershkowitz, who tracks legislation for the state bar and gathers input from various stakeholders. So we have our working group that we put together at the last meeting. So I have Cassidy, Dan, and Vakita who are interested, and then Eleanor, Mary Grace, and Emil who are interested on an as-needed basis. So please know that once the new legislative session starts in spring of 2026, I will be reaching out to gather input on any bills that Donna identifies that may have touch on legal ethics or the rules of professional conduct or things that COPRAC would be interested in. So again, that will start in spring of 2026 when the new legislative session picks up. Karen will be posting information related to that on SharePoint as well. So any committee members, if there's anything that you have an interest in or would like to comment, let Karen and I know so that we can pass that along. And then additionally, just I know that everyone has their own practice and their own things that they follow. So as the legislative session picks up and moves along, if there are any bills or anything that COPRAC members identify, please reach out to Karen and I, let us know so that we can forward that input on to Donna so that it can be included. Any questions about that? Okay. And then real quick, I just wanted to touch on our work plan. I know that we have discussions regarding the practices and procedures on today's agenda, as well as our 2025 and then our 2026 work plan. I just wanted to let the committee know, I went and looked back, and historically, COPRAC has generally been able to publish 2 to 4 opinions per year. So that I think is just something that we need to keep in mind when we are having our 2026 work plan agenda and looking at what is reasonable and realistic for the committee to accomplish in a year. And I was also reviewing the COPRAC rules. There is a mechanism if circumstances have changed such that it may not be advisable to continue to pursue an opinion. There is a mechanism for stopping work on an opinion if the committee determines in review of the work plan that there is anything that it may not make sense to continue working on. There is a mechanism for that under the rules. And then obviously we have a bunch of different kind of rules and some of the smaller projects and the legal ethics alerts and all of that that we have been tracking as well. And then I sent out the email yesterday regarding there was another request for a speaker from COPRAC. And so I wanted to kind of get the committee's input and ideas when we start talking about the 2026 work plan. If people could just brainstorm about how to track those requests, include them in the work plan so that we make sure on our end that we are keeping track and COPRAC is getting credit for all of the other work that it does outside of the opinions and the rule changes. So please keep that in mind when we have that discussion. And then our next meeting is in person in Los Angeles on October 17th. So I think that is it from me. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is the discussion of the COPRAC topics, processes, and format. And so the working group, well, we've sort of met, but actually Dan took the laboring oar of drafting a report and going through all of the processes and making recommendations. And I think, Dan, you're going to share it or we're going to start talking about it, but he spent a good deal of time coming up with these recommendations. And I think it's a good, I think we can make a good use of our time in discussing it here, and then I think we'll probably finalize it for the next meeting. So Dan, I'll turn it over to you to talk more specifically about it. And then I think you might share screen or the report.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just set the objective of what the working group was asked to do, and then maybe we can share that Word document that I sent this morning and just sort of talk through it. I know that nobody has yet reviewed this, but we can just sort of summarize it and you'll see our thinking. You can hear our thinking and then review it in more detail for the next meeting. The working group was assigned to prepare recommendations for new process for selecting topics and guidance for the format and discuss it at today's meeting. We went back and looked at the work plan. We looked at the other materials, including COPRAC Rule 6, which governs the selection of opinions and what the criteria are for that. And if you haven't yet reviewed that, that's a very good starting point. It's somewhat general, but there are specific criteria that are referenced in what we'll look at today about what we should use to select opinions. Is it possible to share that Word document, Karen?
Yes, we can share that. Is that the COPRAC draft opinion process document?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the correct one?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. And again, I know that the committee hasn't yet seen this, but we can just give you a brief description of our thinking. And this comes from the previous discussions that we've had related to making more formal and also streamlining and making more efficient the process for selecting opinions, introducing objective criteria for that, that it complies with Rule 6 of our rules, but also the process for developing drafting and getting approved the opinions, including putting in some timelines, defining some new roles and roles, and just trying to make the process more objective and verifiable so that we're on target. And a lot of what we do, obviously, we're all volunteers. So a lot of what we do is subject to the time that we have to commit. But it's also our goal to try to identify roles within the working group so that people can do a part and then hand it off to another person, which has a specific part, and then hand it off to another person so that everybody is doing a part, not just one person drafting, and that the whole working group's schedule is basically tied to their availability. So just following up on our previous discussions, what we envisioned really in general was a couple of different substantive things. One is setting a specific timeline for the drafting of an opinion with actual dates for guideposts along the way. And that is in this document. When you review it, you should look at this with an eye toward whether it's practical, whether it's too aggressive, whether it's not aggressive enough. The separate change that we think we would make this process more efficient is identifying people in the working group as a lead drafter, a scheduler, somebody who keeps the opinion on the defined schedule, and then a third role, which is not in this document, but which we've talked about since, which is an editor, meaning the goal is to have clear roles on the working group so that somebody can start it, somebody can revise it, and there's another person whose job it is to make sure that the schedule is consistent and that we're on target. And if we're not on target, that there's some reason that the working group could express to the committee about why that's not happening. We've sketched out like a 1-year drafting schedule here. And again, we'd like to get everybody's viewpoint once you review this about whether that's significant, doable, or whether it's too aggressive. Some people in the working group think it's probably too aggressive, and others have said that it maybe should be accelerated. So review this with that in mind. In part, it's also designed to prevent a circumstance where people who are aging off the committee hand it over to new members who have no context or history for the drafting, which has happened when the opinions go for 2 or 3 or more years. And then I think the final part of this with the recommendations would be that we would take 2 template opinions with annotations and actually have those be the starting point. And so if you were going to be a lead drafter or an editor on an opinion, you would be able to see that and see where things go and what it should say and how it should be drafted. And we'd have 1 or 2 different types of those, maybe a shorter one, maybe a longer one, with an eye toward something like a 10-page limit, so that we also don't let the scope advance too far and have it be bogged down by that. Because one of the things that I think is the case is that when the scope of the opinion expands because new topics come up or it requires more discussion, that also delays it. So I think we have to be vigilant about the length of the opinions, including the scope. And if new issues come up, which we've done in the past, is splitting it to a new opinion or determining whether it's appropriate for an alert or some other way to handle it, rather than expanding to 18, 15, 20 pages, which also makes it much longer to draft. So,
Dan.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to, this is one of the comments that I made on this, but, one of the things that we have to figure out is the criteria for determining when something is an opinion versus an alert or some other type of guidance. And I'm thinking maybe we structure that a little bit more so that that decision is made at a certain point during the schedule. And so the question I have is, should we put that, formally within in the meeting where we discuss like the issue outline? Like that decision should be made after issue outline, and then we don't necessarily revisit it unless there truly is good cause. I mean, there's criteria for going back and doing it, but I think that, decisions have to be made and stuck to unless there's a really good reason that we need to start over or, revise it. Because I think that's what bogs us down too. So I just wanted to invite your input and everybody else's input on that issue.
I think
and let you finish.
Yeah. So the question for everybody to sort of discuss is what is the exact right spot for that to be assessed? And I think you're right that it would be at the outline stage, because at that point you have developed some of the issues that you think you can address. And I think during that phase you would also be able to identify whether it merits a full formal opinion or whether it would be handled in some other way.
Yeah. And then we're just moving forward. Yeah. I think we revisit things too much sometimes. And, of course it happens with public comment, and we have to do that, but we need to figure out a mechanism to just keep things moving. Okay. Anything else? Do we want to, what I like is the breakdown within the schedule of what, the timing that the working group should abide by. And so I want to direct the committee's attention to that specific breakdown that Dan has put into his report. So does anybody else have any questions, comments, thoughts, suggestions? Emil? Sorry. And Aaron after Emil. Go ahead, Emil.
So I think it's a great idea. Our subcommittee was just talking about how, I think it would be nice to have a timeline that gives us instruction, but also looking at this and seeing essentially a 14-month timeline, it seems, very elongated. So I think it'd be nice to also see if there's a way that, if appropriate, like for example, what happened with the AI guidelines or something else, that there's a way to speed things up on occasion. So I also like, Dan, your perspective about having different roles. I thought that's amazing, right? Having one person focus on scheduling, one person kind of doing the first draft, one person focus on editing. And obviously, if there's an extra person, they can be helpful as well. But I think defined roles would be very, very helpful. So I'm excited to read this more in depth later. Yeah, so as you read it to that point, Emil, just another note. We've considered whether right now in the work plan, there is a timeline that includes a phase for an issue outline and a phase for an opinion outline, which definitely adds to the timing. So one thought that we had was the possibility of collapsing those two into just an outline. Yeah. So that you could actually have a longer period of time for drafting, which actually might compress the total time start to finish. So review it with that possibility in mind. The other element on this is that the schedule is keyed to our meetings. And in part, one of the challenges is, this is very much in the weeds, but the challenge is having guideposts where the committee can review what it needs to review at a meeting at the right time. And sometimes there are 2 months between meetings or 6 weeks between meetings. So that's another potential challenge, but we can work through both of those. If we collapse the outline phase into one, think about that. And there are obviously other things. As you review it, think about whether start to finish 14 months is too long, 10 months, 11, 12 months is the right amount, or something like that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Erin?
Yes, thank you. I think that the idea of having guideposts along the life of an opinion certainly makes sense to make things move forward. As part of each of these meetings, soliciting new ideas like to be vetted so that they can get onto this timeline, so that there's always fresh opinions at different levels of completion as they go.
Yeah, that is actually one of the things that's in here that we should continue reviewing that at every meeting. That was, I think, something that Cassidy mentioned last month, which we don't always do, but I think it's definitely contemplated that we would continue to do. Because it also works if we did 2 to 4 formal opinions in a year, you want to have the pipeline staggered so they're not all starting exactly at the same time and ending exactly the same time. They're sort of moving through the system. And as we saw today from the district attorney's comments, these issues come up from outside sources as well.
Yeah, I mean, the challenge we've had really is getting the opinions that are in progress just out, done and finished. And so we've been hesitant to take on new topics because of that. But I think it's important to keep, to keep the pipeline going. So I think we're in that transition phase. We've got a bunch of opinions that are very close to being sent out for public comment or finalized. And so I think we need to, get back on the not the bandwagon, but get back on the looking at newer topics for opinions. Raquel?
Thank you. Dan, were you finished saying everything you want to say about the document?
Yeah, I think since you haven't seen it yet, I think it would be helpful for everybody to review this, and then we can, discuss the details. I would say start with Rule 6 of our rules, where it's linked to in this document, which will circulate. Which again, it's specific in certain areas and very general in others, but it does have a criteria that we must follow in order to accept opinions. So there is one starting point. And then as you go through this document, you'll see there are actual recommendations from the working group that everybody should be giving their opinion about. They're consistent with the things that we've mentioned here.
Okay, I have 2 questions. The first question is, if you go back down, somebody just scrolled up. If you scroll back down to the right here, the chart. The first question is, and I'll just ask both the questions and then you can answer them. Remind me about the first 90-day period. Is it mandated, or is there some flexibility on that time period? I do recall some conversation about making it long enough for bodies to fit into their meeting schedule, external bar associations, different people. But if you remind me of that, and then what is the length, or is there a requirement on any second public comment time? And then the second different question is, what was the working group's thought about 14 months and how that relates to the opinion having relevance or meeting a need in some way? So if, then let me just say more, my thinking to hear how y'all were thinking about it. An opinion is at such a level that we're saying this is really important in our bar community. And so when you get that flag that this is really important and we decide that it's important, how does that reconcile with 14 months and plus to it, to the significance of it? So that's sort of in some way just understanding how y'all were thinking about that as we then look at the whole document. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I to answer the last question. I think sorry, I'm getting an echo. The thinking is that
I'm not sure where that's coming from. I'm getting it too.
okay. Okay, the thinking is that the formal opinions are bound by obvious public comment questions, which are built into the schedule. So you can see, if just hypothetically, if one started in October and we went through this schedule that's laid out here, it would be going out for public comment in May or June. And that process takes a couple months just because of the timing that's required. When it comes back, it has to do, additional things. And if it changes, it has to go out again. So part of it is the formal opinions in, say, 12 to 14 months. I think we could do 12. Are likely to be issues that are longer term and persistent, meaning part of the criteria that we would use to choose something for a formal opinion should be that it'll still be relevant in 12 months, obviously, versus an alert, which if there's something that people need immediate responses to or guidance on in the very short term, it should probably be a different format than a formal opinion.
And I can answer the first question you asked, Raquel. Under the rules, it's a minimum of 60 days that we have to send it out for. And I agree with what Dan was talking about earlier in terms of 90 and making sure that we are allowing the various stakeholders enough time for them to convene their meetings, because one of the issues that I've seen the committee run into is getting requests for an extension of the public comment period just for that exact reason, because the various committees and bar associations can't meet in time. So we start with 60 and then we may end up with another 60 or a 90 on top of that. So that's definitely part of the process, but it's a minimum 60 days.
And the second public comment period is also 60, or is it less?
Once it goes out for public comment for that 60 days, that is the requirement. And then from there we could issue it. I think it's 45, 60, and 90 are the options.
But Rachel, it may not, it's not always required that it goes out for a second public comment. If it comes back and there aren't substantive changes from the first round, it may not require a second round. I don't know if that ever happens, but.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's probably part of what has been happening with these opinions that have been around longer, is that if COPRAC's been working on them for a couple years, things change. And then that means we do need to make substantive changes to the opinions that then necessitate multiple comment rounds.
Yeah. Rachel, I wanted to, we're talking about like the rules, and this is sort of related to, how we decide, whether or not, or just the urgency of an opinion or things changing, things not relevant, being relevant anymore. You had mentioned, I think in the beginning, maybe in your staff report, that there's a rule about when to stop opinions. There's a mechanism. Can you talk more about that? Should that be integrated in our criteria?
Yeah, so under the rules, if there are changed circumstances during the time period in which COPRAC is working on an opinion that change the facts such that if that opinion was brought to COPRAC today, right now, it would decline to issue an opinion, then you can stop work and at that point decline to issue the opinion or move forward. So basically, if any of the reasons that exist where COPRAC is not allowed to opine or cannot opine pop up as the opinion is being worked on, at that point it would be considered changed circumstances and the committee could stop work. Those include things like it's the subject of litigation, or it's the subject of a state bar complaint or a discipline issue, but it also includes basically at the recommendation of the chair and vice chair, if they both jointly determine that it would be inadvisable to issue an opinion, then that can be grounds for either denying the opinion request or stopping work and no longer continuing the opinion.
Okay, so it's really just the factors that is in the report, is the Rule 6 factors, right? Okay,
Yes,
all right.
exactly.
Okay, it's the same thing then. Okay, I just thought there was something that was more specific to stopping work on an opinion.
And for some
Okay.
context on that original criteria, when you look at Rule 6 of the COPRAC rules, which exist, we should all note, 6B is a criteria for issuing formal opinions. And it says, when the committee determines that a request setting forth hypothetical facts presents issues of general interest to the bar and or the public, and that the committee has satisfactorily resolved the issues presented by the hypothetical facts. So there are two components to that. They are disjunctive, meaning one or the other is present. But it's a pretty broad standard, obviously. General interest and or we think we can resolve an issue with a hypothetical. But it is a standard, and that's the starting point.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anything else we want to talk about process, templates, timing? I think now, just another comment. I think we should collapse the issue opinion outline, because even if it's going to be more work to do an entire outline of the opinion, it really allows the drafter to think clearly about what it is that they're addressing, and also whether or not it should be an opinion or an advisory or some other kind of guidance. Okay, so next steps will be to finalize these documents and the schedule. We're going to be, Rachel, we're going to be going over our actual existing work plan at the end of the meeting, right? Where's Rachel? Oh, there you
Yes.
are.
Yes. We'll be going over the 2025 work plan and get updates on that. And then I also have the 2026 work plan. So the committee can start thinking about next year and what we want to move forward with.
And how to integrate this, this new, structure and what that will look like for each meeting. And then, of course, as we're talking, we can think about, ideas for improving on the new work plan. But I think we need to just, for Dan's first meeting, I think we should finalize the structure and just put it in place and stick to it. Okay, is there any other comments on the work plan and the progress so far? Nope. Okay, the next item on the agenda. Let's see, what time is it? Okay, next item on the agenda is 20-0001, lawyer as expert witness. And that is Dan, Brandon, and Carrie.
Yes, we got more public comments back, but I believe that they're still being integrated by staff. Is that right, Rachel?
I think I'd emailed out the updated opinion. Staff went through and integrated the comments. And I can display it. I have it. I think overall, there were a lot of public comments received, and some of the public comments, one of them contained like 40 different comments, 40 plus within it. So we went through and tried to incorporate and add those into the opinion, but I think overall there was very, very strong opposition to the opinion as it's currently written.
Well, there's both opposition that it does too much and opposition that it doesn't do enough, as we typically get. So yeah, we'd be weighing those two extremes.
And just in the review of the public comments, scenario 3 was by far, I think, the one that received the most criticism and feedback. But just because so many of the comments asked COPRAC to directly do a 180, completely change the analysis and the outcome. Staff wasn't able to fully incorporate them because obviously that would be changing the entire opinion. So I wanted to, bring it to the working group, bring it to COPRAC to have a discussion about that.
Just quick context. We previously considered the first round of public comments. And then we extended the deadline for public comments because Section 3 was significantly revised. And so some of these will be new to Section 3. And so we did go through the first round just conceptually, but that's just context.
Aaron?
I mostly have like a procedural issue. Is this, I don't think I saw this part of the integration into the interim opinion. So was that in the SharePoint? The link that was provided? Because I thought I looked at everything. I'm sorry, I must have missed that.
The document I saw in SharePoint had a ton of comments on this one. Is that the most recent one?
Yeah, and I can display it on screen so everyone can see it, but it was attached to the agenda for today, so hopefully everybody has access to it.
Yes, it is on the COPRAC.
Yeah, and it is on SharePoint.
Okay, I'm sorry, I must have missed that. I'm just wanting to make sure I'm not mixing it. Thanks.
No problem. There were a lot of documents for today's meeting, especially, so.
I can share the link on the chat.
Oh, that would be great if you could put the link in the chat.
While that's coming up, one of our working group members, Brandon, is obviously going to disappear here momentarily. And we'll need a new working group member. So that's another item to think about.
I'd be happy to join the group.
And I'd like to join that group, actually, Daniel.
Okay, great. Well, Cassidy, what do you think about that? Let's put them in there.
Yeah.
The more the merrier.
Before they change their minds.
Exactly, right.
Yeah. All right. Well, do we want to go through, do we want to go through all of the comments? I mean, I had a hard time actually following everything when I was reading it as well. So
rather than walk through them, I think it would be better for the new comprised working group to go through them, because obviously one of the major things we have to just make a substantive decision about, and this is an example where something's going over multiple terms because we've already decided this, but now the comments address it again. Is the fundamental question here, which we already have addressed, but it is still disputed by the comments, is whether we should go this far or farther or not do this at all or whatever. It's got strong comments in both pollers, but we've already made these determinations that it's suitable to give an opinion. And so I think that the working group should pick that up and dust it off and decide again what to do with that polarity. And then the section 3 comments, which are new, can go into it. And then presumably by next month, we could produce something that was incorporating all of that. But again, the public comments address the issues that we squarely considered at the beginning, which is expert work the practice of law? If not, what about when a lawyer does it? That's what this has all been about from the very beginning. So we can continue thinking about that. And if there are new nuances to that question from the public comments, we should consider them. And maybe the new working group members can bring, additional insight to that question.
Who out of the county bar ethics committees commented? I saw PREC and
Orange County, San Diego, everybody, BASF.
they all did.
Black-
BASF did too? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
As did CLA.
Right.
So yeah,
Wow.
this got a lot a lot of feedback.
Okay. Okay, so the plan is to just go back with the newly constituted working group and go back to the drawing board. See, Erin, so this is a perfect example of an opinion that has been languishing, and really to no fault of the drafters, because there's just so much input. And I think, I'm hesitant to say this, but sometimes we let the perfect get in the way of the good, right? And there's always work to be done on an opinion, and we want to get it right, but it can be an obstacle when it's just sitting languishing forever, and then it does no good because there's no guidance out there.
Yeah. And I think we're happy to test the conclusions that we have made and the decisions that went into this for the new working group members and see what insights they bring to that. And that's a good thing. But it's also an example of something where when the opinion is around long enough so the personnel moves on, things that Brandon and I completely agree with might be 180 degrees separated, and it's not bad. Hopefully it produces a better outcome, but it's very difficult to complete anything when something is flipping over personnel.
Yeah. Erin?
Yeah, I was going to say this is not only something that I'm new to your group, but I've been part of many opinions over not months, but usually years.
Yeah.
And I can tell you in my experience on PREC that they've gotten all the way through like fine pointing almost, and then they were pulled. And the truth is, looking back, thank God, to be perfectly honest, that was the right decision. So it's either, if you want things to get through more quickly so that you can get certainty, that is one solution. But the other is that probably, I can tell you like an opinion with respect to crypto that PREC was working on. It got, stake in the heart right before the end, which honestly, in today's world, absolutely would have been horrible if we had published it. So it's healthy. It's the right thing, because believe me, the world has been changing monthly, not just annually in certain areas.
And
so
I would say that we're agnostic about whether this gets issued in a certain way or even at all. The question is, if there's a good reason that one of these public comments suggests we should do one thing or the other, then great, we should consider it. And we're open to that because they might have great ideas that we didn't think of. The question is more whether we're retrotting ground that we've already considered and decided. And in this case, we're not, because Section 3 was totally revised because we couldn't agree on it in the other form that it had. And so the working group agreed on this revised version. So the public comments on this are new. But I think you're right. At every stage of the process, quick doesn't mean get it out no matter what. It means assess at every stage whether it should even be happening. Because you're right, there are things that change even in 12 months' time that mean I wouldn't give guidance on crypto and expect that to have more than like a month shelf life, ultimately. But but it's true here too. And the other question from like a broader perspective is, if there's enough opposition in the public comment, maybe we shouldn't do it. If the public comment is all in one place and the other place, you could argue that means we should do it because we should resolve that. And it might also suggest we shouldn't.
And these are all kind of like things that we need to consider within the working group. So I was kind of thinking like, well, should we make the working groups more, I don't want to say powerful, but that, they come with like strong recommendations, after, going through the public comment. And I think we still kind of do that, but maybe just to make it more concrete, and we're not just sort of like constantly discussing things.
I mean, if everybody hated it in the same way, I would say let's drop it, but they don't. They hate it in different ways, right? Exactly the opposite ways.
I think on this round of public comment, there's a little bit more of a consensus in terms of the hatred. At least with section 3. But it was, I think one of the challenges with this in particular was just like the sheer volume of comments made it really hard to integrate it into the opinion. So hopefully the comments that I added in there will be helpful to the working group. But as you move along, if there's anything else that staff can do to assist, as you review everything between now and the next meeting, please don't hesitate to reach out. I'm happy to help.
Okay, well, I would suggest that what we do is have another working group meeting. I think it's Carrie and me and Eleanor and Aaron will be the 2 new members, and just see where we are, because fresh voices will be helpful. And then we felt, at least I felt, that section 3 was relatively tame, but there were many people who hated it because it didn't do enough. And the previous problem with section 3 as written before was that it did too much. So we'll pick it up again and see what the working group can do and try to keep moving.
Okay. Anything else on this opinion? No. Eleanor?
Jeff, circulate a packet with the prior version and the public comment, the current version, to the working group members.
Previous version of section 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, how many rounds of public comment have there been?
I think 2, and the second one was extended.
Okay. So there has been a round of, I guess my question is the first round of public comments, I don't recall it being this controversial or heated. I mean, I knew scenario 3 was.
It was
right?
on different issues. It was on the issue of whether a lawyer serves as an expert is the practice of law. That's one.
Right.
That's a hotly disputed question. People think we absolutely not, and many other people said absolutely yes. And so then previously we considered that issue in the context of many people are experts who aren't lawyers. It shouldn't be the practice of law just because a lawyer is doing it. And how are you going to upend a system where non-lawyers do this all the time and say that it is the practice of law? There's the ABA support that it's not, but that's all it is an ABA opinion. And so that's the previous question. And then the other section 3 question was more of a kind of a conflict question, which I think the working group agreed on, but put out as guidance saying other duties would make this basically impossible to do without a conflict.
Right. Well, and I don't want to get too into the substantive issues, but I did find it sort of compelling on the first issue, which is that, a lot of experts are first retained as consultants and they're like advisors, lawyers who are advising. And so I think yeah, I mean, that's kind of a practical reality of when lawyers are hired as experts. Okay. Is there anybody else, Laren?
Yes, and not to get into the depth of it, but I did read the interim opinion, even if I hadn't read all the comments. And that was one of the things I was going to say, because most of the time when I've used an expert engagement letter, it says consultant. And so a lot of times we're talking about, is this a summary judgment issue, blah, blah, blah. It's literally practice of law as a consultant. And then they have a choice, depending on how the opinion is going to come out, whether or not to designate. So I don't know that this opinion as it's laid out, I mean, how many lawyers are just as purely an expert? I think at minimum,
yeah.
Well, but my point is that those two scenarios, one probably happens very little, but if it does at all, maybe that makes sense. That if you're just an expert, like a standard of care expert that provides no guidance or coaching with respect to how the case should go, meaning consultant work, then maybe it makes sense. But if you're providing, not as counsel of record, but legal advice as to how to proceed with the case on behalf of the underlying client, honestly, I don't think that they meant this. I think this was intended, I think, you can tell me if I'm wrong, this was intended on the limited circumstance where you were only as an expert for standard of care and provided zero consultation effort, I would say.
Aaron, you're going to love this working group. I can tell you already that you're going to love it.
And do you have an attorney-client relationship with the client for that?
Right.
For it to be the practice of law in that circumstance? Like,
well, if the client is relying on the consultant's advisory opinion, right? Is there an implied attorney-client relationship? I mean, again, I'm not part of the working group, so I haven't thought it.
These are working group questions, but again, just to illustrate, like and long before my time, Brandon can speak to it. These have all been considered. Right?
I know.
We do distinguish between testifying. We do distinguish between testifying experts and then like consulting experts. And so, but we'll pick it up with the new working group, and then we'll come back to you guys with something.
And I since I will no longer be part of the working group, I have incredible sympathy for the task before everyone now. With this volume of contradictory public comment, these are tough issues, and I don't want to be completely beholden to public comment if we think we have something right, because otherwise we just won't ever take a tough issue. Simple issues are pretty well resolved in the ethics field. Tough ones remain. We can see the amount of work that goes into trying to produce something useful on these tough issues. But I just don't want us to get paralyzed by the volume of public comment or the vehemence of it. That's my only speech here.
That's always my fear, is to becoming paralyzed. Eleanor?
As we're having this discussion, it occurs to me that one of the values of an issues list or an issue outline would be to record the committee, the working group's views on that and what they're considering as part of that analysis, to have it as the working group continues if it goes over multiple people. So just a thought for consideration for working groups when they do their work. Not that we have to publish an issues list for the committee, but having the historical analysis memorialized could be very useful.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, I can't think. I'm trying to think back of just the opinions I've worked on. Have I seen the earlier issue outlines? And I don't think that they're archived. I mean, it's been so ad hoc, So I think that's a really good idea to incorporate that into our processes document.
Just another quick note about the process related to public comments coming back. It's been my experience that it's really helpful to have staff do this first look, even doing the tables and do the summaries and even doing suggested revisions. And, when that comes up, I think Rachel and the other folks can always determine that it's not appropriate, but they'll identify issues that, as they've done here, require people to look into it more deeply, but it's really helpful as a use of staff, if Rachel agrees with that.
Yeah, no, I think it is. And staff is happy to, if the committee decides that you would just like staff to go through that process automatically without the working group asking, just let me know, and we are happy to do that if that helps move them along.
If that's possible in the capacity, I think that would be a good idea, because one of the things that public comments sometimes do is delay things because there are a lot of them. When there are a lot of them, it's really helpful to have an automatic staff referral so they can process them even just a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. We're happy to do that.
Okay. Was there anything else? Sorry, pull up my agenda. Okay, so we're back to the working group on this one. The next item is item 4.10, discussion of artificial intelligence, reconvene working group. I think Rachel, you touched on this earlier.
Yes, and my only intention with this was to just get our working group back together. It was Kruger, Brown, Mercado, Mohebi. So I think we're going to need some new additions to the working group.
So we're just updating the guidance, though, is that right?
If the committee deems it necessary, I'm not sure that it is necessary, but I think given that it's been 2 years, it is worth looking at again. And my guess is that with issues such as these, where things change quickly, the board would like COPRAC to regularly review them to make sure that it's still current and we don't need any updates.
Yeah, no, I think it absolutely makes sense. I get requests on, what's the AI guidance in California all the time. And I always, send out what we have, but I think we need to update it. And I think it's been 2 years, right? So,
yes.
I think it should be done annually on this particular topic.
Yeah, I think that makes sense on this one especially.
Or every 6 months. I don't know. What do you guys think? It's every month.
Having been on the committee, I think a year is more than sufficient.
Yeah.
Unless there's a reason, unless something happens that we think is a good reason to revisit it.
Let me add some context to this. Before, Rachel, you took staff of this back in January, Erica asked the committee, and I don't know if those on the committee remember, did we want to reconvene? And then life changed for Erica. So there was sort of tepid interest, but it wasn't necessarily about guidance. So I don't know if you saw that email in your handle, Rachel. And so I share that. So it's not like that there wasn't somebody in the background saying, hey, group, do we need to talk about this? That did happen January of this year. And the other thing is, I think you had that Hunter Starr was on our committee, was on a working group, but he actually was never on the working group. So his name was on there, but he was a no-show. So he wasn't participating. And actually Nima started on the working group, I think even all the way to the time that the guidance was done, not as a COPRAC member. So we had 2 outside members, which one was Nima and one was Daza Greenwood, who's an AI guy from MIT. So I give you that for context because I realize I don't know how much, besides the physical output of the guidance, you sort of have background. And so we may, Nima now is a COPRAC member. So part of it is, do we want to have an outside person again as well? Which the thought at the time was there was some people who had more, I'm going to say, subject matter expertise than those on COPRAC. Now, I'm not sure that that's the case and we'll need it, but I think those are some considerations as we think about adding. And then also just for the committee to say, it may not have come to the full committee, but the subgroup, it was on Erica's radar as it was on yours, Rachel.
Got it.
That's it.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, Raquel. That now I understand why there was a designation next to Nima's name that I didn't understand. That explains it. That's why. Okay.
Say good guy. Did it say good guy? Was that the designation?
That's exactly
good guy.
what it said. Yes.
Okay. So wait, do we have new members of the working group then? Is that what we're?
Are we reconvening the prior one and expanding, or is this a call for new folks?
Well, Brandon's no longer going to be on it, so we need a leader, right? Or somebody needs to take the lead, and then I think we can get more volunteers. Does anybody want to volunteer to be on the AI updated guidelines?
I will stay on it.
Yeah, I'm happy to volunteer and serve in whatever role would be the most helpful. It's an issue that I continues to be a very large part of what I do, and including what I do at my firm, in terms of in-house use and testing, new technologies that are released seemingly every other week. So, I'm happy to contribute any of that knowledge.
If you'd like to lead it, Nima, that would be welcome as well.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Happy to lead it.
You got it. I would recommend, if Daza is still interested or able to do it, that we consider him or someone like him that's not connected to a product or, selling something. So I think it needs to be, somebody who does not have a commercial interest.
Yeah.
We also have 2 new members coming next month, and one of them might have some kind of affinity with the topic, possibly.
That's true. I believe that Allison in her interview brought up AI, so it may be something that she's interested in. I don't know.
Eleanor, did you say you were remaining?
Yes.
Eleanor? Yes. Oh.
Yeah.
Can I this is on topic, but sort of off topic. Can I raise something to ask you guys if you have seen this in the context of AI? I'm getting a lot of lawyer clients who are, having their clients complain about them, and the emails to them is, the complaint is written all by AI. And it's a synopsis, like a Frankenstein synopsis of the law that they think their lawyer is violating, whether it's ethical rules or, the substantive law. And I see that it's just increasing. So I'm wondering if you guys have seen that as well.
Not just in this context, but in pretty much every context. Like I almost now know if somebody sends me an email that was written by AI. It's really uncanny.
Yeah. So what do we do? I mean, I know it's in briefs and all of that, and we have to deal with, young associates who are using it, to do their work, but it's just, it's permeating everything is like my concern.
And that's what I think is so important about providing guidance, and I think just kind of taking the bull by the horn, so to speak. I mean, really explaining, like, there's no way we can't get away from this. I mean, it's like trying to deny the use of the internet, but at the same time, like, this is something fundamentally that when we as lawyers have to represent clients, we have to be extra on top of, and extra sort of understand how this works, and what sorts of limitations that we have to apply ourselves to, because it really happened. It's been 2 years, but it's changed a lot, and like the capabilities have changed a lot, and in some ways dangerously. So we should definitely reconvene.
It's becoming ubiquitous, which is wasn't when we first did the draft.
So and everybody's they're just experimenting with it. Brandon, go ahead.
I just had a ridiculous experience yesterday when I wanted to shoot it. I took an expert deposition. It's expert in a legal mal case who asked him if he read the depositions he received, said, skimmed. I said, what do you mean? Fed him into ChatGPT.
Well, that's interesting.
So, but I talk about it. This is not a junior attorney. This is a very smart person, not an experienced expert, but my goodness, that's
interesting.
Really something.
But the guidance still applies. I mean, basically, you have a responsibility to still practice law according to your professional ethics. So no matter what other people are doing and how prolific it is, I think as the non-attorney speaking, I think the guidance that sort of the way we thought about it, the guidance is the guidance. I mean, so it's nothing about how people are using it improperly that changes their
Yeah, no, I
professional
think you're,
ethical, right? I mean, so I think, it's more perhaps continuing to socialize the guidance with articles and different ways, examples and different ways to reinforce it, because it doesn't change. I mean, you may be bright, but you're violating your ethics by doing what you're doing. And it's no different than a junior intern or a partner at a law firm. Like, that's a problem for you. So that's how I see it. As I say, as a non-attorney, I thought because attorneys have a lot of rules that most professions don't, it was fairly straightforward to put those guidance together, because you're sort of a rule-bound profession with not a lot of gray areas. But sad to hear people are doing that in your profession where people really rely on you.
Well, I think it's telling me that it's becoming more important to, like, it's part of the standard of care to know about all of the technology, at least become familiar, and I know but that particular role is becoming more important because all of our clients are using it. Everybody we're dealing with is using it. We need to understand how it's really integrated into just daily life, and so if we're feeling like we have certain restrictions from using it, and I'm talking to myself, I hate it. I like I think it's ultimately just bad for our profession and maybe bad for society in general. Maybe Nima, I'm sure you disagree, but
Cassidy, the robots are going to remember that you said that. You better be careful.
I know. Oh gosh, this is being recorded.
Be very nice to them.
So, please, robot gods, don't. Yeah, I know. I mean, I just.
No, I hear what you're saying, and I think you're right. It's a sort of like a dangerous moment in a lot of ways, but at the same time, it is such a useful tool that when used correctly can be just an incredible value add to what it is that we do, provided that we're not. I love this. I think Brandon used this term, and I've like 2 years ago, and I've since used it because I think it's exactly the right way of looking at this, which is like there's a great incentive for people to turn off their brains, like the expert that Brandon deposed, and that's real. Like, if you boil it all down, it really comes down to like in the same way that I wouldn't take something that a junior associate or somebody that just decided that they were to summarize for me at face value and not do my own diligence and not prepare myself the way that I would prepare myself ordinarily. I can't do it with a machine. And so it's like, but it's so easy to like want to just like turn it off. So like, I mean, look, this is like a longer term discussion and something that I think we should definitely get into, but at the end of the day, it's like, eventually we're going to have like, I'm sure you're going to see, disciplinary type circumstances arising from this. I mean, we've already seen sanctions from courts, but the bar is probably going to have to get more involved in stuff like this in order to make people really realize that it's a serious issue.
Nima, do you? I mean, the sort of the threshold question on this regenerating this group is whether the technology has changed as was predicted before to an extent that the guidance or the scenarios would be different after 2 years.
I think it has. I mean, I mean, in my honest to God view, I mean, like we're moving to agentic AI very, very quickly, and it's like the leaps I've seen in what the technology can do in just the last like year is like really kind of shocking. And so but again, in a good way, if used correctly. So I do think that, like, again, there's just this like massive incentive right now, and I could run like examples for the committee if they want to see like how this, like how you can effectively use this, and it's like it's a extremely powerful tool. So, you know, extremely powerful tools in the right hands can be great. Used incorrectly can be not so great. And that's really the issue that I think we have to sort of wrestle with now.
I mean, it's along the same lines. I think the ubiquity of it is a key issue that wasn't addressed, that needs to be addressed. Because I think people could look at this and say, well, I'm not using that, and not know that they actually are.
Right.
And using
100%,
very
yeah.
common tools out there. And I think that's a point that wasn't emphasized, that needs to be emphasized.
Well, if you use Google now,
Right. I was just going to say,
you're inevitably using it. Like Google works it into the search algorithm. Everything like Westlaw, all of it is all wrapped into AI large language model, like assortment, I'll call it. And so you're right. I mean, Eleanor, you can't get away from it. And it's not just like, you know, using stuff to draft briefs or summarize depositions and things like that. It's far deeper.
yeah. Okay, well, working group, you have your work cut out for you. And so I guess we'll discuss this next time. Are we going to put this on the schedule for next time? Rachel?
Yeah, do that. Yep.
Okay. Okay.
As a next step, do we want staff to reach out and coordinate a meeting of the working group?
I thought we were waiting till we had our new members.
Oh, right.
Which we
Do we
won't
want-
have until October,
Yeah.
right? Did I miss that?
No, that's a good idea. Let's just, we want to have at least one more working group member. So we'll put it on the schedule, and then we'll just have it talk about it again, and have the new members volunteer, hopefully, to join the working group. Sorry.
Okay, then I will keep it on the agenda for October.
Okay, so I think we can probably take a lunch break now, since we're about 10 minutes till noon. Does that sound like a plan? Yes? Okay, so we come back at...
Anthony, I have one request since it's my last meeting. Can you hear me?
Okay. Well, you're a little fuzzy. Your voice is...
I'll try to fix that over the lunch hour. I know we might run late on the day and have scheduling issues, and I would just love to clear a few minutes to talk about conversion clause, even if it's not a fulsome discussion, because it's my last meeting.
Okay. Is conversion clause? Oh, it is on 11. Oh, it's
for like 11 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, so you want to put conversion clauses somewhere in the afternoon?
Just anyone can have a few minutes on it.
Okay, I'll make a note.
Thank you so much. Great.
Okay. All right, see everyone back at 1. Can we just say 1? Okay. Bye. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're gonna move right along here to the next item on the agenda, which is the in-house counsel opinion that I will present. So you'll recall that I think at the last meeting, we talked about this a little bit, and the opinion went out for public comment. And PREC came back with some comments that we talked about, with a comment letter that we talked about at the meeting, I believe. And so one of the things was like one of the primary complaints, but comments was that there was no authority for, well, let me back up. The opinion has to do with in-house lawyers who are offered stock options or stock grants in exchange for or as compensation. And the question is whether or not that requires compliance with Rule 1.8.1. And Prec's comment was that, and our conclusion was that yes, since there is no exception to the rule for in-house lawyers, whenever you are given an ownership interest in a client, basically, that would trigger the rule. And Prec's comment was is that we didn't have authority for that, and I can, the working group's position, and I think the committee's position was that the rule is the authority. There's no, there's just there's no authority for finding an exception to the rule. So, but I did think that the opinion could be revised a bit more to address some of the other comments in Prec's letter, namely that I think I wanted to address more how the rule applies, at least under the facts of our opinion. So I did that. And really so I added facts to I added facts about the communications between the lawyer and the company. Recall that the facts are that the lawyer is being hired in a sort of as a general counsel for I'd say, a closely held company. And so there is no no apparent lawyer for the company making the offer of, the stock option offer to the lawyer. So I kind of made that more explicit, where the lawyers is dealing with the CFO of the company, and in terms of the offer letter and the stock option agreement, and the lawyer responds basically by saying advising that the company consult with independent counsel concerning the lawyer's role in what they say the lawyer's compensation in receiving stock options. And so it just kind of illustrates how simple it is to comply with this rule in this type of circumstance. And I also added a footnote that basically says that when you're dealing with, and this is kind of a comment that Prec made, is that when you're dealing with large public companies, usually there's, if a lawyer is being hired into a legal department, or if a lawyer is being hired as the general counsel, the company will have outside counsel handling the offer of employment, the comp negotiation, whatever it is. So compliance with the rule does normally happen under those circumstances. The terms are usually fair and reasonable, or are fair and reasonable because they're being offered by the company. It's the company's terms. They understand them. That there is independent counsel involved when in that situation, and the signing of the agreement would be the informed consent of the client. Of the client. So I don't know if you had a chance to review the revisions, but if there's any comments, I'll put this out to the committee now. That's right, after that long-winded explanation. And so does anybody have any comments, questions, concerns?
Can you go back up to where you said it was simple to comply, and you'd laid out the example of how a lawyer can comply?
The facts, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I'll just let you read it silently.
Thank you.
Okay. And then those facts are kind of addressed in the body as to each element of the rule. So I kind of try to, make it a little bit more methodical in the application. Erin, do you have any comments? I don't want to put you on the spot, but you are on PREC. So I was curious if you had any insight.
There are certain people that had a lot of concerns about this idea because in a lot of companies, especially at a certain level of employee, not just in like, let's say the legal department, the employees regularly get stock options. So it seems like this, improperly impairs those agreements that are being offered basically based on level of compensation, not because those folks are lawyers and they don't have any bargaining position, lower level in a general counsel's office. I don't think that the purpose of the rule is necessarily met by just prophylactically anyone that gets stock options as part of general compensation, which lots of classes of employees for those companies have.
Yeah, and that's how I started out this opinion years ago, which is addressing that that actual, real world scenario. But the point is that there just simply is no exception and I think a stock option is an ownership interest, that is not actually offered to the general public. It wouldn't fall under, the comment 6 to the rule. And I also think that even though it is being, that's not negotiated, that's not really an element of the rule. I mean, it doesn't, because it's not negotiated, doesn't take you out of the rule. And I also think because even though it's being offered to all employees, there's no different terms for the lawyer. The lawyer still is a lawyer, and the client needs to understand how this stock option that's being offered to all employees may impact the lawyer who's giving legal advice and who has fiduciary duties to the company. That's different than the average employee. Emil?
So I think I'm in the same boat as Aaron, is that I see private practice lawyers that are taking ownership interests in clients that are not complying with 1.8.1. We just see it all the time, right? Like many people just don't know about it. So it's definitely an issue, but I think when there's an employee benefits program that has a general structure. If I'm in-house counsel at Nike and, depending on the band that I'm in, I could get $50,000 of stock options or RSUs, maybe 100 or 150, depending on how I negotiate, how much they want my expertise. I don't think that we necessarily need to have every attorney dot their I and cross their T by saying, we need to be certain that an attorney from their side has looked on it. So we need to send an email saying to their HR person that, because you're never really talking to anyone substantive, I don't think we need to do that. And because said another way, when a lawyer becomes an equity partner in a law firm, does a lawyer who's taking an ownership interest, do they have to,
Yeah, but they're not the client for the law firm. I mean, they're not the lawyer for the law firm. I mean, that's totally different.
Okay, so what about if you are in-house counsel for a law firm and a partner at that law firm? Does that, so I don't know. I think that maybe it should be narrowed, because I know what you're saying. There's no exception, but I think it's just a rule of reason where, if there is that business transaction with the client, and I wouldn't necessarily say an employee benefit, like health insurance is not a business transaction with the client, but you might be able to negotiate something saying, hey, give me an extra 2 years of COBRA. That might be something you'd negotiate, but I'm not sure if that's necessarily a business transaction with the client.
Well, it's not an ownership interest adverse to the client or an ownership interest in the client itself either. Eleanor, go ahead.
Recollection when we discussed this last time was there was some debate along the same lines as we're hearing today, and we decided to put it out for comment to kind of further the debate and see how it came back. And I think it's coming back not unexpectedly. It's pretty controversial. And I tend to fall into the same camp as Emil and Aaron, which is I think this is happening all the time. I totally agree with you, Cassidy. I think this is a tough one because there is no exception. But I wonder, and I know we looked for it at one point, is there case law out there? Is there something out there that would take employee benefits out of this business transaction? analysis, because it doesn't seem to me like this is the purpose of the rule. And I don't know if we do more harm than good by putting this out.
Well, okay, two things. There's not California authority out there on this, as far as employee compensation and employee benefits. Does it fall under the rule? There is the ABA, it's not even an opinion, but and it's cited in here, along with the Washington State opinion, and the case law that's cited in there, and it's been in the opinion for years now. And in fact, that was that was kind of the base. This has gone out for public opinion a couple of times already. But that was originally the conclusion was going to be based on the Washington opinion and the ABA. But the bottom line is that the rule exists. There's no exception for in-house lawyers, and the point is to alert in-house lawyers to that. I mean, I think that where we came down on this was you can't just carve out a rule of reason because the purpose of the rule doesn't fit exactly this scenario, and we're ignoring the letter of the rule. They're just, I mean, I don't know how we can how we can craft, without the authority, how we can craft an exception here.
Should we consider whether we think an exception is appropriate and making a recommendation along those lines?
Well, that was one suggestion by PREC. I think that's sort of fantastical thinking. I mean, but it's, I mean, I would not be in favor of that, because it's not, there's nothing in any other, rules at other states that I can think of that have done that. I mean, perhaps a comment. I don't know. Brandon, you have your hand up.
I do, and mine's just a little bit, I might have mentioned this before, so I apologize. But the scenario reminds me of several years back, maybe 2018 or 19. The entertainment law community had like sort of a seismic shock when Johnny Depp sued on his entertainment lawyers agreement because it didn't comply with 6147. And then Judge Terry Green in LA Superior just looked at the law. And the entertainment bar was saying, that doesn't really apply to us. That's not the purpose of this. We're doing deals, we're helping, and we're doing all this, and we have handshake deals, and we do all these things. And Terry Green just looked at it and said, the law is really clear. There's no exception. You're lawyers, you have a contingent fee. This law applies, and you didn't comply with it. And I understand that's incredibly disruptive. And the goal is not to disrupt many proper or innocent transactions. But if we're ever going to fix it, there will be a moment of shock or disruption. Or we can just pretend that this rule has some silent but really important unwritten exemption in it, which I don't favor. So that's my spiel.
Fair.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was trying to say. Thank you, Brandon, for being way more elegant in your explanation. Raquel.
Hi. Two things. One, I was on this subcommittee, and I do, while it may be disruptive, and from my experience in the private sector, this situation happens all the time, but it doesn't happen how we're stipulating. But at the same time, I think as Brandon says, if that's the rule, ours is not to police the rule. Ours is to make the rule be more understood and more known in the opinion. So I think that's how I'm thinking about it, that yes, it may be disruptive and it may do a lot of things, but what we're saying is hey guys, this is the rule. And I mean, I think if we say what is COPRAC for, that's what we're for. And each firm and each attorney has to decide for themselves how they're going to follow it or not, and what's the level of risk they're willing to accept for not doing it when the time comes, should it come, that they didn't follow something that they know and or that they had been, you know, advised about. So that's one thing. But I think, Cassidy, maybe can you remind us, how did we get to having this opinion? What was the impetus again?
Oh gosh, really? You're going to test my memory? I mean, it came to me early on when I first started 4 years ago. What is it? It's 21. Yeah. And it was just an issue outline on ethics issues, conflict issues that faced by in-house lawyers. So remember then we had not only this issue, but the mobility issue, the 1.7, I'm sorry, 1.9 lateral, you know, former client in-house lawyer conflict issue. I mean, you go from one company to another in the legal department. And that was separated out. So I mean, that was the genesis of it. And, you know, frankly, like I said, my initial thought was, look, let's address this. You know, it can't be that in-house lawyers have to comply with this rule because they don't, you know, and that was my, you know, initial theory anyway. And so, but the more, you know, we looked at the more rule, the more I looked into the research on it, the more that I talked to in-house lawyers, you know, you know, that wasn't necessarily clear. I mean, you know, we do know that the rule does apply when you are assisting with the formation of a company and also acting as legal counsel to, you know, your other partners or the other members. And because, you know, there is case law on that. So this is, you know, in line with those opinions in a way. Carrie, you went off the screen, but your hand is up.
No, I'm just taking a bite of my lunch.
Oh, all right, go ahead. Oh, you don't have, do you have a comment? No. Okay.
I do not. Sorry, I fat fingered that while eating.
Okay. It's okay. So you know, I mean, so Raquel, I'm sorry. Your question was, how did this get started? And so it's been sort of a meandering opinion that started with, you know, my initial premise was I wanted to see, you know, I wanted to actually find out if they had to comply with Rule 1, in-house lawyers had to comply with Rule 1.8.1 and what that really looks like. So that's sort of the answer. Mm-hmm. Is Nima here? No.
He has not come back.
Okay. Well, I mean, these are all substantive changes, so this will have to go out for public comment again, and so we can have, you know, we can have this discussion again. I'm sure there will be more public comment. I mean, I understand the concern, but I also think that it's better to put it out there, and then you know, and then there's you take the risk of compliance or non-compliance, and but at least we're making it clear that the rule applies to in-house lawyers. I mean, you know, there's no exception.
I'm so sorry. I might also add that this rule applies to countless transactions that are just fine. This is a really tough rule. It catches in its ambit tons of transactions that none of us would be morally offended by or ethically offended. And it is a rule of strict compliance. So it's just another vote of confidence for your revisions, Cassidy. So sorry to.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, the case law on the rule in general is make clear that it's an absolute rule. You know, that's why I say it's prophylactic. You have if it falls within the, you know, the rule, you have to comply with those, you know, those 3 elements or 5, you know, some people say 5, some people say 3. There's, it's not, there's no, kind of discretion there. And I did add from the last revision, I did add more support for that. But anyway, I mean, so I guess the question is, I would prefer to vote it out or not vote it out, however the vote lands, but I would prefer to just put it out for public comment again and see what happens, as far as further comment. Is there any other comments, thoughts, objections? Or do we want to put it out for public comment? Do I have a motion to put it up for public comment, to vote it out?
I'll move to put it out for public comment.
I'll
Thanks,
second.
Dan.
I'll second it.
Thanks, Phil.
And that was William that seconded, correct?
Phil, yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I'll begin the vote. Ali,
Yes, please.
Brown,
Yes.
Coleman, Guzman, Joyce,
Yes.
Mercado,
Yes.
Mohebi, Munoz,
Yes.
O'Reilly,
Yes.
Poindexter,
Yes.
Riley,
Yes.
Shivers.
Yes.
With 9 yeses, the motion carries. Thank you.
Sorry, before I meant to say there, I noticed a few typos. Can the staff just do a proofread of it before it? They're just non-substantive. I think there was something misspelled in there.
Yeah, no problem. We can do that.
Thanks. Okay. Thank you all.
How long are we sending it out for public comment?
Oh, that's right. 60 days? 30 days? 60 days? Is that okay? Okay. Sorry. Next is, do you want to, hey, Brandon, do you want to do the conversion clause now?
Sure, actually, and I think Eleanor's taken the lead on that. I just wanted to make sure we had a few minutes on it. Eleanor, are you up for that? Or do you want me to?
Wait, let me.
Yeah.
I mean, is Nima, was Nima involved in this one at all, or?
You know what? I think Eleanor and I forgot to involve him because of my failure. 100% my fault. Well, we should wait for him to come back so he can be involved at some point. My rudeness shouldn't continue. So.
Is he in the working group? Because I do not have him on that working group, so that may have been my mistake.
I thought he was on the working group and then I forgot, so I actually don't know the answer to your question.
We'll find out when he comes back.
Look, I'm retiring from the committee just in time. You can see I'm disintegrating here, so.
All right, well, let's
pause on that one. I'm happy to do it, by the way, Brandon.
Okay. Yeah, maybe we'll wait and see if Nima returns, and then, I just didn't want it to not be on the agenda at all today. And I don't want it to be the thing that keeps people here later than they want to be, so.
Right, okay. Well, let's do one more agenda item and then we'll go back to it. Okay, so the next one is, this is where we're talking about the 4.11 discussion of the ethics alert, district attorney asset forfeiture and client trust accounts and possible approval for publication. Okay. And I see we've got Mr. Albert Lee and Rachel.
Yes, thank you so much. So we had pulled this from one of the other opinions that the committee was working on the outline for so that we could try and get an ethics alert out prior to the next CTAP reporting schedule, so that we could address this issue in a timely fashion. And so staff drafted the draft ethics alert that is currently before the committee. Obviously, we received both some written comments as well as some oral public comments this morning on this issue. Staff did consider the points that the DAs raised in their letter. We also worked with Steve Moad from Department of Regulation on this issue. I believe that we did address the DA's concerns and questions in their ethics alert. Perhaps we can make some refinements to the language. But obviously we need to be very careful that we are not crossing the line into giving legal advice. Since staff drafted this particular alert, you know, staff is not going to come to a conclusion. You know, the public comment said that there were some outstanding questions still, which is exactly why we are bringing this before the committee to get the committee's feedback and input. And see where it's appropriate to land on this issue. So I am going to turn it over to Albert Lee, who is one of our staff members from our ethics hotline, and he assisted with the drafting of this. So I will turn it over to you, Albert.
Thanks. Thank you, Rachel, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Albert Lee, and I'm a lead program analyst in the Office of Professional Competence, and also a lead on the hotline, and tasked today to present the issue before you to address whether asset forfeiture and seizure should be included in the CTAP annual reporting. This is a question of balancing fiduciary duties, statutory safeguards, and public confidence in the legal profession. Next slide, please. CTAP requires lawyers to certify each year that they're complying with trust account obligations. This obligation applies broadly to licensed attorneys who handle funds and property for others. But currently, CTAP makes no explicit reference to seized property or forfeiture funds and whether this falls under CTAP's reporting umbrella. Next slide, please. California law already provides a statutory framework for seized assets. Under Health and Safety Code Section 11469, seizing agencies must hold forfeiture proceeds in separate accounts with proper accounting and controls and audits. Section specifically 11489 governs the distribution of those funds to law enforcement agencies, including district attorneys. The case People versus 12,601.33 cents case made clear that seized funds must be preserved in an interest-bearing account. So we see a statutory regime focus on agencies, but we also see fiduciary parallels with lawyers themselves who are handling such funds. Next slide, please. The CTAP FAQ guidance tells us CTAP applies to lawyers, not agencies. It says lawyers must report when they hold funds for clients or others where a legal duty exists, but it is silent on seized property and silent on situations where district attorneys or prosecutors may hold forfeiture funds. This silence creates some ambiguity, particularly for public lawyers. Next slide, please. There are solid arguments for including forfeiture in CTAP reporting. That it reinforces fiduciary duties under Rule 1.15, of which relevant language of the rule under Section A reads, all funds received or held by a lawyer or law firm for the benefit of a client or other person to whom the lawyer owes a contractual, statutory, or other legal duty shall be deposited in a trust account. This promotes transparency and public confidence. It ensures consistency with how CTAP treats funds held for clients or others, and it serves as a safeguard against the misuse of seized funds. Next slide, please. The counter argument against requiring CTAP compliance here is that California already has a statutory scheme, as referenced, that regulates seized assets through agency accounting and audits. Forfeiture proceeds in the hands of a DA office are government agency funds, not client trust funds. Expanding CTAP here could be seen as an overreach, trying to regulate government agencies rather than lawyers that would impose duplicate reporting obligations on public attorneys. On balance, The ethics alert ultimately clarifies and concludes that when lawyers themselves hold forfeiture funds for others, Rule 1.15 is triggered, and CTAP becomes the mechanism to demonstrate compliance. Agencies do remain excluded, but lawyers directly holding funds still must comply with CTAP reporting. And this concludes the issue presentation, and I open it up to discussion to members of COPRAC.
Aaron, sorry.
My question would be, when the funds are seized by a different agency, like a district attorney's office in a county, they're deposited into a county-controlled account, like just like when you, oh my goodness, what to do with this covering chiropractor that won't resolve a medical lien, you have to eventually do the nuclear option and deposit it with the court. And that would be the court is holding third-party funds. I would imagine if CTAP was now going to be expanded to when a DA goes in and has established grounds to go seize assets and they're deposited into a county-controlled account, then when would we draw the line? Every single time an interpleader is filed with the court, I suppose we would expect every one of the court attorneys to also be somehow complying with CTAP on all of the interpled funds. The lawyers are not at all anything to do with those accounts. I'm confident the DA, even the head DA, has nothing to do with those accounts. I don't understand why this is even, honestly, sorry to say, why this would even be considered a CTAP issue.
So I can address that question. Sorry, this is a little unique because staff drafted this instead of a working group. And I'm happy to get a working group together. We were just trying to move this one along so we could get an answer to the DAs. It seems like there are a variety of methods and means that each individual county or DA's office follows. And so the idea of this alert was to specifically address the scenario where it is a licensee, a state bar licensee, that is the one that is responsible for holding and maintaining those funds pending resolution of the forfeiture. So the comments that we received, were regarding the treasurer's office, for example, holding the funds, or funds that were already distributed under the statute after the forfeiture was complete and the DAs received those funds. That is not what this ethics alert is talking about. This ethics alert is addressing specifically any DAs, licensees themselves that are holding these forfeited funds pending resolution, and whether or not they would need to comply with CTAP. Because I agree, if it's the county treasurer holding the funds, and that's not a licensee, then CTAP, to me, it doesn't seem like it would apply.
My question is whether there is anybody in that category or whether that's an empty set. I agree with Aaron in the context of I don't know the procedure, but I don't think a DA is going to the bank and opening up an account and setting that up. In private practice, that's what we would have to do. But I'm sure they're not doing that. So is there any nexus between the licensee, the DA employee, the attorney in the office, and oversight and management of the account or responsibility for it? Or what is the nexus between those two?
I think that would be the other issue, and that was something that was addressed in this ethics alert, is the case where a licensee is the one that is supervising the person that is administering the funds, and that person they are supervising is not an attorney. That is addressed in the ethics alert. In regards to the question about how frequently this comes up, and are there actually DAs out there that are opening accounts and holding these funds, based on the information that we received back in think it was November of last year. It looks like the large majority are not held by individual DAs opening their own accounts. It's either through the police department or through the county treasurer's office. But this was one of the scenarios that was brought up in the letter that we received back in November. And so that is why it is included as the subject of this ethics alert.
Okay, right. So they're just trying to resolve a potential ambiguity where they might be, where CTAP could apply to them and get the response from us that that it does not. Is that right?
Yes, they are asking for clarification. And again, this is where we get into the issue of trying to provide that clarification and address this issue without crossing the line over into, giving legal advice, which obviously we can't do.
But in a hypothetical, the hypothetical would be somebody in the office follows the statute that applies and governs, opens an account to hold these funds. The licensee doesn't do that personally. And in that scenario, does CTAP apply? My answer would be no. If they go out to the bank and do it themselves, that's different. But I don't know if that's ever happening.
Do they physically get the funds? Like, how does it just land in their lap? You know what I mean? Like, I guess I'm confused at why the question is being raised then. Obviously they have a concern, but is it just a hypothetical?
No, I think I interpret it to mean we don't know whether we are somehow, for every case that a DA handles, are they responsible under CTAP for reporting the status of these accounts that are held by their office in some fashion?
So maybe that's what we need to explain is, if your employer, county, or, whatever it might be, holds the money in their treasury, that's not what CTAP contemplates. But if you're opening up your own account, you may have to report that account just like any lawyer at a firm has to report, their firm's trust account. But there's one other small nuance that I'm maybe a little bit confused by. So obviously, in a prosecutor's office, the law enforcement officials that work under them, or like in their own police department, technically work under the prosecutor, right? They work at their direction. They're essentially the investigators, the prosecutor. Does that mean that if a police officer tries to confiscate money, let's say at a TSA checkpoint, then that's going to be held at the police department? According to People v. $12,601.33, does that mean the lawyer is then responsible for telling the police officer, hey, police officer, you have to put this in an interest-bearing account and it's subject to 1.15, right? Like, I think I'm a little confused there because, we say under 3.8 and all that the prosecution team includes the police officers. And if this is saying that you have to make sure it's deposited into an interest-bearing account rather than languishing in cash, should the DA be telling the police officer to do so? And is that what they're trying to get? Like, it's not really the fact that the DA has the money, it's that an arm, like the law enforcement arm, has the property or cash.
My understanding from reviewing the materials and the comments that the DAs provided is that when the police are holding it, that is completely separate. That is not part of their office. They are not involved in that at all. I have never been a DA, so I'm not sure how the internal structure works. But in my review of the comments, it looked like in a large majority of cases, the police department is the one holding it and preserving that, not the DAs, and the DAs are not involved in that process. But again, it looks like it varies from county to county and jurisdiction to jurisdiction.
Sure, but like, for example, under a 3.8 or Brady analysis, if a police officer has information and doesn't, it doesn't get disclosed to the other side, that's the prosecutor's side not disclosing it. So maybe the ethics alert should talk about, it doesn't contemplate what the police officer has, doesn't contemplate what the county has. It only contemplates the very rare circumstance that a DA or DA's office creates a separate account to hold third-party funds. Maybe that's the nuance.
You mean when you say the office, you mean the prosecutor's office, but that's not within the control of the licensee.
I think it is. So if I'm not mistaken, the definition of firm would include that, like a prosecutor's office, like for conflicts purposes, a DA's office would be considered a firm. And I think even though, just like an associate at a law firm doesn't have actual control over trust accounts, they still have to report them. So if your DA's office has a trust account, an ADA should be reporting it. I don't love it, but I think that's what has to be done. Like if that's the way, but you're right, Dan, I don't think most offices are opening trust accounts.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But the alert would be sort of like a hypothetical, and I would not totally disagree. There might be small prosecutors' offices where the individual lawyers do something related to the seized funds. In that case, and there's nobody else. But you have the added consideration here that there are separate statutes that govern this. And that's not true for lawyers in private practice necessarily.
Sure. I mean, I will tell you just personally, I think the US has a problem with civil forfeiture. So, we're taking money from people without due process. So I think maybe there's one side of it that says the statutory scheme is not working. But so I'm looking at definitions under 1.01 of firm. It says firm includes law partnership, blah, blah, or lawyers employed in a legal services organization or in the legal department, division, or office of a corporation, of a government organization, or of another organization. So theoretically, I think that a DA's office could be considered a firm. If you just want to extrapolate, that if your DA's office has a trust account, it would be CTAP reportable. But again, super unique hypothetical. I just don't think anyone, and if they are, maybe that's something that, everyone should know about, because maybe, because I know a lot of civil forfeiture, the way it works is different people get a piece of the pie. So like the police department gets a piece of what they take away from an individual. And so I don't know.
Well, that's another question, which is, I don't know the answer to, which is by statute or even in practice, do these offices actually open up what we would count as trust accounts that would be reportable? Or are they different statutory accounts where they throw everything else in a room? Some of these things are boats, seized assets that are not cash.
Yeah.
So I don't know the answer to that. But in the hypothetical, I would go to the minimal additional burden or reporting for the ADAs. That's my opinion. I doubt they have control over it. And if they went out and actually did it themselves, the rule is designed so that the person who has control over the account reports it and is accountable. And I don't know that in any circumstance. So we could say that anytime an ADA is that person, then sure. But when they're not, then I don't think they would.
Yeah, and this ethics alert only contemplates cash. It does not contemplate the other assets, because I agree. I don't see any way that CTAP would or could apply to those. This is strictly in relation to forfeited cash.
I take it from the comments this morning, but we don't really know. But I gather that nobody in the ADA's world is doing this CTAP reporting for these accounts.
Well, we don't have any, no one has said that a DA's office has opened a trust account. That, right? Like we're making a jump between health and safety code says you need to keep it in some type of controlled oversight account. But no one has said so far that any DA's office has opened a trust account, right? And it cannot be an IOLTA account. We know that,
right?
Because that contradicts health and safety code. And so I guess until someone comes forward and says that they have a trust account and that it's creating confusion for their CTAP compliance, it does seem to follow that if they open a trust account, then they have to comply with CTAP accounting requirements. And if a DA's office faces the same administrative issues that law firms do, where you have to get 1,000 attorneys to attest to CTAP compliance, even though they have no idea what a trust account is, that is part of being an attorney, is knowing and complying with the regulations of our profession. Right?
It is. You're right. No,
Aaron, your hand's up. Sorry, I think I cut you off.
Oh, not at all. But if you look at the FAQs that they keep coming out on CTAP, one of the FAQs absolutely talks about one of the group of attorneys that don't have to do the, now 14 questions on certification are those government lawyers that don't maintain a trust account. So if we read this or we try to expand CTAP to all those government lawyers that literally know nothing about trust accounting, and nor do they need to. I think we mostly agreed to that. It really doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's a cottage industry for those of us that give ethics advice to lawyers. The CTAP season, with everyone having trouble with all those questions. Having all these DAs that never hold any funds and their office doesn't hold any third-party funds, have to go through all those questions, has no public protection aspect at all. It's literally just a new burden. No, it is. It's like that.
But they won't have a trust account open, so they won't fall under the ambit of reporting. If they have no funds to deposit, then they have no trust account. And again, these are not IOLTAs. These are trust accounts that would be opened in the individual defendant's name, right? Because the defendants are entitled to the interest. So this is not like an IOLTA account that they would keep open in perpetuity, even if it's empty. These are individuals for a defendant. And if they open one, then yes, they should report it if it's open during the reporting period. And I also just want to flag that Steve Moad, who has been assisting with this, he was a career prosecutor in Contra Costa County, I believe. And so just for the edification of others on the committee, he does have a background in a DA's office that, and he did author this, or at least opined on it.
I should mention that he wished he could have come to today's meeting. He's out of the office, unfortunately, but he is available in October. If the committee would like to put this back on the agenda, he's available to come and answer any questions and provide any assistance.
I do see that I think, have some DAs that are attendees, and I think I have the discretion to invite comment from any of the ones that did not make public comment this morning. Is that correct, Rachel? So, and I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but if there are any district attorneys, prosecutors that are on the attendee list here that would like to enlighten us and make any comments, please raise your hand and we'd love to hear from you. Is there, I think, okay, hold on. Oh, so can we have Mr. Spinella comment?
So according to the Bagley-Keene rules, it's one comment per person. So anyone that commented this morning would not be able to, unfortunately. But obviously, please submit written comments. We will happily receive those.
Well, it looks like Mr. McHugh, I think, is Mr. McHugh would he didn't make a public comment this morning. So Brendan McHugh, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Brendan,
Yes, hello.
Welcome.
Brendan McEwen, I'm from the San Diego County DA's office. So what I can tell you in terms of the process by which our asset forfeiture works is that when the law enforcement agencies seize the money and we start a petition, the money is then deposited with the county treasurer, not with our office. We don't establish an account. So we don't walk over to the bank in the example and establish an account for that money. Instead, the money is held by the county treasurer, and then the county treasurer is the entity that we serve judicial orders on in order to distribute the money once it's forfeited. So there's not a licensee who has control over that account or who would be able to answer the questions about what is the balance on a particular date, or what is retained by the county treasurer, et cetera, because that is within the county treasurer's obligations rather than the district attorney's office or a bank held by the district attorney's office. Does that help clarify?
Yeah, I mean, it does. But that's specific to the San Diego County. And I think, right, I mean, do we know if that's common, a common procedure of other counties?
I can't speak for all counties, but I think that most of the large counties, that is the way it operates. But I can't speak to, you know, a small county and that may not have the same sort of apparatus within their county structure.
Right. Okay.
So the general guidance would be that if you're in that scenario, CTAP reporting requirements would not apply to you for the reasons that Carrie mentioned, because there isn't an account. But if you aren't, and if you are opening a client trust account in the non-IOLTA sense, then they probably would. If there's nobody else involved, it's you going to the bank, then yes. But for most DA's offices, if that's the procedure, the answer would be no.
So it's, yeah, I mean, so it would be, you know, dependent on if they have this, this infrastructure where it's the, you know, county treasurer and it's taken out of the licensee's control. And, but there probably are small counties that, you know, that they don't have that. So that maybe that's the guidance that we need to provide.
Well, would that guidance be sufficient, Mr. McHugh?
Yeah.
That is exactly the question that at least my office is asking is, do we have the obligation from the DA who is assigned asset forfeiture all the way up to the elected DA in the management chain to report these CTAP requirements for accounts that we don't maintain?
I know that there's authority out there that says that the, you know, county agency, that's what I was trying to look at, the DA, that they are considered a law firm under other types of context scenarios. So I think that can be addressed and distinguished, but I just don't have the law in front of me. I think we had I thought we had another hand up, but maybe.
I just have a quick question. So,
Carrie,
if the DA's offices are not receiving these funds, if they are going straight from the investigating agencies to the treasurer's office, what was triggering the question from the larger agencies? Because as far as I understand it, the large agencies, the large counties have been asking us this question. So what was triggering that question?
So this was in a discussion with Steve Moad about whether the reporting requirements applied to us, because we had a number of questions. One is, since this is labeled client trust account, and as public attorneys we don't have clients, does that apply to us? And then he clarified that, or held for another person. And then the next question was, what about in this case where the money is held by the county treasurer until an order by the court directs the distribution either back to the defendant or to law enforcement? Are we required to make that reporting? And Mr. Moad seemed to feel that we did, and that's the reason that we collectively put the question to your group about, does it apply in that situation? Understanding that there may be different situations across the state. That at least is from the Los Angeles office and my office, the way we operate. I can say that for sure, but I can't say how other offices across the state operate.
Could you say more about who it's held for? If you're doing the other person prong of that analysis, would you say it's held on behalf of the government?
Well, it's so in an asset forfeiture proceeding, the money is the in rem. It's in rem the currency. So that's what's before the court. And the question is it contested about the forfeiture? If so, then it goes through judicial proceedings, depending on the dollar amount and other factors, about whether it then forfeits to law enforcement or goes back to the person from whom it was seized.
I guess I'm wondering if for the period of time that it's being held, would it be subject to this? Is it being held on behalf of the person or on behalf of the state?
Well,
But still, isn't the gating question though, whether the DA's office is the one holding it?
That's my thinking, yeah.
It sounds like it would be helpful if we went back in and specifically added in the county treasurer hypo to this ethics alert.
I think so.
Okay.
And then, so I know maybe we're restricted by this, but I noticed that the DA from the Los Angeles DA's office has put their hand back up. Maybe
Oh, is that
different.
E435508? Yeah.
And I think the comments earlier were that we should consider the practical issues of the self-assessment and the changing the form and all that, which is something that we could not do. But I don't know if they have something else to say, but I assume because we can't bring them up to the floor, we could just suggest that they send something in writing, which might aid us.
Well, I think is E435508, did they make public comment this morning?
They did. They were from the DA's office in LA.
Oh, I see. Okay.
If I recall correctly, yeah.
Okay, so
If there's a
thank you.
licensee at the county that handles this, then I mean that's a different question, but
Yeah, that's a tough one.
But still may not be a trust account.
Yeah.
Okay. Was there anybody else? So I think we're gonna Emil, so we are going to invite further written comment from the DA's office, from district attorneys, whoever, want to give more input. We'll put this on the agenda for the next meeting. And we will, I think we don't have a working group, right, Rachel?
We do not. And I am more than happy to have one if you guys would like to volunteer. But if you would like staff to continue to working on it, that's fine too, whatever the committee prefers.
I'm more than happy to put together a working group. I can volunteer to be on the working group. Is there anybody else who will volunteer? I mean, we had some people talking. Who wants to volunteer to be on the?
I'll volunteer.
Okay, Carrie, me. Anybody else?
I'll do it since I was talking. I think I have no choice.
Oh, and okay. Are you sure, Dan? You're gonna have a lot on your plate. Okay.
I can help too.
I am married to a deputy DA. I don't think that should have any bearing on my ability to. No, okay. Just wanted to put it out there.
It'd be helpful. I think it's helpful, don't you think? I mean, I don't see there's a conflict. Yeah.
He likes a trust account. So
we'll just give him all the work.
Yeah, I can help too. I can help
okay,
too.
and Aaron, okay.
And how was Steve participating in the drafting of the alert, Rachel?
Sorry, what was the question?
How was Steve participating in the drafting of the alert, and who is Steve Moen, maybe? I'm not sure how to say it.
Steve Moen is our he's the director of the regulation department here at the State Bar. He's the one that had been speaking with the DAs over the past several months regarding this issue. And he He reviewed the alert before we sent it out to the committee.
Okay, he's staff. He's inside. I just didn't know if he was somebody
Oh, yes,
outside,
yes,
inside. Okay,
yes.
thanks.
So if I'm not mistaken, Steve, also he's kind of the head, he's in charge of CTAP, he's in charge of the Law Corps division. Basically, he's also in charge of our committee, like multiple levels up, right? Would that be accurate?
Yes, the Division of Steve Moad is the chief of the Division of Regulation, and the Office of Professional Competence falls under the Division of Regulation, as well as a lot of the licensing functionings. Well, the licensing functions are another office within the Division of Regulation, and so that's what Emil is alluding to. So Steve does oversee the CTAP program. Anything having to kind of do with compliance, he does oversee it. And Office of Professional Competence is housed under the Division of Regulation. And COPRAC is under the Office of Professional Competence, just to close the loop there.
We can all agree we are ungoverned and we are ungovernable. That's
or
Nobody can
heavily
be in charge of a volunteer.
But that does remind me or make me think of something. Perhaps that then we can put on the agenda for the next meeting, Kathy, that we can go over that org chart just for the new members to refresh our recollection so we can orient ourselves as to what our committee is and where we stand in the whole state bar apparatus. I mean, nothing too like extensive, but it might be good. Refresher and then information for the new members.
Yeah, it's perfect along with because COPRAC now has to follow all the other sub-entity so I think that it would be particularly relevant and important for us to do at the next meeting.
Cool. And we'll be in person, so that'll be nice. Okay, so we've got the working group together for that one. Let's go. Any other questions on this topic? Nope. Okay, let's go back to conversion clause. We see Nima's back. Not to put you on the spot, Nima. So Brandon, we're just going to do a quick touch base on the conversion clause opinion before you disintegrate.
Before I disintegrate, and I'm Eleanor did a lot of great work on this, so she's going to kind of walk it through. But I'll just give the preface here, which is this is an ancient opinion that you mentioned earlier. Sometimes the perfect is the enemy of the good. This opinion's been on a journey. It started out sort of talking about how conversion clauses should be subject to heightened scrutiny. You got to look at them really carefully because they can be improper. And then some people on the committee thought that didn't go far enough and we should shut the door on conversion clauses. And that absolutist position did not quite carry the day. And now we are back with a compromise position where we think this is of value, public protection value. In my practice, I see conversion clauses that are used abusively regularly, but I can envision scenarios where a conversion clause might be totally appropriate. So this is sort of a compromise position that I still think has value to the public. And that's about all I would say about that. And I want to thank Eleanor for working with me on it. I just wanted to see if we could breathe a little life into this before I ride off into the sunset and see if the committee still has an interest in it.
Well, I'm glad you're here, Brandon, because you definitely have done a lot of work on this over the years and you have more background on it than I do. But the committee may remember that I think it was 2 meetings ago, we last discussed this, maybe even 3 at this point. And during that time, I talked about Brandon's view that this should be an opinion. Mine that I thought maybe we should veer toward a hotline or ethics alert. And part of that was driven by the fact that we were having some trouble as a working group reaching consensus and maybe had some disagreement on the value of an opinion in this area, not significant, but primarily driven by the difficulty in reaching consensus rather. So Brandon, I guess after that meeting, it was decided that I would draft an ethics alert. While I was doing that, Brandon reached out and said that he felt strongly that the committee should have the benefit of seeing a draft opinion on this. And that resulted in our working together and actually finding consensus, I think, that we're both comfortable with in an opinion format. I'm still of the mind this could easily be an ethics alert, but I think Brandon thinks that it should be an opinion, and I have no objection to that. So that's my bit of preamble before we walk through it. I think that I tend to bring the point of view of I think a lot of these can be legitimate and not problematic, and Brandon sees a lot of the abuses of conversion clauses and how they exploit clients. So this is the product of two very different points of view coming together to try to give some guidance and prevent the abuses. We can walk through it quickly and just kind of cover the high points.
Yeah.
Do we see how the committee, I think part of this is to see how the committee feels about it, whether or not we think there's value in putting this out in opinion form. No objection to continuing to work on it if people aren't fully on board with the substance, but I think we feel like it's in a position where we could move toward cleaning it up and putting it out for comment.
The question is whether we would keep it an alert or go back to making it an opinion.
That's sort of the
That
threshold
and the
question.
substance,
Yeah.
and sort of alignment with the substance. Sorry, go ahead, Brandon.
Can we make it bigger?
Should we take a vote?
Ah, sorry.
That's smaller.
That's smaller. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, this is not cooperating.
Or can the screen be made like, I don't know, whatever.
Yeah,
Let's see.
let me.
Is it in is it in the materials?
It is. It was
okay.
Okay, there we go. Is that better?
Yeah, I'm just gonna pull it up on my materials.
2025. It's hard to identify, but it is in the materials.
We should.
The cover page is 4.5, discussion of draft 20-0005 conversion clauses.
Okay, well, go ahead, Eleanor, and start going through it.
Sure. So we've all, or many of us, have seen this before. So I'll go through it quickly, and if there are questions, we can delve into them. I encourage questions while we have Brandon too, since he does have a lot of the background. This has been around for years. Initially, well, I'll spare you all that. Where we landed was to construct the issue of, are they essentially per se unethical? And our conclusion is they are not, although they warrant careful scrutiny and consideration of the risks, because they are highly susceptible to resulting in an unethical fee agreement. And we discussed the ways that can happen. If you scroll down, the various rules, I think scroll down a little bit more here. Sorry, I'm having trouble following it. I think I may just work on my other draft here. Apologies. So it starts with a definition. I don't know if anybody wants to walk through what that definition is, but at a high level, just when there is a contingency fee that gets converted to some other type of alternate fee during the course of the representation, is the approach that we've taken to the definition. I think that's consistent with what other committees have done throughout the country. There are a couple other opinions on this as well. And the ways that we focused on, I think the key ways that we're concerned about this interfering with clients' rights, or an interference with the right to discharge counsel. So when there is a conversion clause that is triggered, when a client tries to discharge counsel, that is something that I think is going to get essentially the strictest scrutiny, and almost it's not framed in this way, but a presumption that it would be unethical and impermissible interference. If it is triggered by the client exercising the right to control the objectives of the representation, similar outcome. And if it ends up resulting in an unconscionable fee, I think it would also have a similar outcome. That one's sort of self-evident. We have a discussion of each of those, and we can walk through the discussion if you'd like. I don't know if people have had a chance to read it or not. We have a discussion of each of those, and then just a conclusion.
I think I was in law school when I first read this, to be honest.
Did you read it in the original parchment?
I did.
It had been
It's
around
Latin.
years when I joined the committee.
Yeah. So, and here's what I'll say. I mean, I framed it as compromise positions, but that's sort of selling it short. Everything in this opinion, I strongly agree with. Okay. And I might go a little further, but everything in this opinion, I think, serves a public protection function. But, you know, Eleanor was able to come up with many scenarios, many hypotheticals where it sort of it challenged me to say, is that really improper? Would that be a conversion clause that is really unethical? And this version of the opinion would permit all sorts of scenarios that Eleanor had come up with that really don't offend anyone's ethical sense, right? And this will capture the overwhelming majority of the stuff that I see in my practice that I find pretty abusive. I mean, just to go with the simplest thing in the world, there's just so many contingency fee lawyers that say if the attorney-client relationship ends, I get my hourly fee without reference to whether the contingency ever occurs, without reference to whether I quit or you fire me, you know, and that stuff's pretty basic. And that we are advancing that public protection function with a draft like this. So
It also
I'm not,
whether that would leave the client without counsel or without
exactly.
So there are some nuances in here that address those points, but I think at a high level, if people are comfortable with the compromise and allowing for the possibility of conversion clauses that are not impermissible, I think that's the balance we've tried to strike.
Yeah, and that's been the biggest challenge here, honestly. Like, is that an absolutist position or not? Well, this one has a path forward. I hope.
Did we this is because it's been so long. Did we get rid of the application to transactional representations? Is
No.
this just limited? Oh.
No, we didn't see a basis in the rules for the limitation. While it was cleaner to think about it that way and less complicated, we just did not see a basis in the rules to have that limitation. So,
but I think the way this is written now, the way most of us would envision any non-litigation conversion clause isn't sort of condemned or frowned upon. I mean, it's hard to envision one that would be that would improperly be subject to too much scrutiny, or, you know what I mean? I think it would allow the ones that we think are okay. So yes, this is a little bit less strident than the versions we've been talking about in past years, but I think it's highlighting an issue that I'm not aware of any other real authority digging into and inviting scrutiny, but it's not a per se prohibition. So it's not going to, you know, capture things, hopefully, that it shouldn't, that we are comfortable with.
Yeah, and Cassidy, if you look at the very first paragraph, the introduction, it tees that issue up and gives us an example that they are used in a variety of contexts, including with sophisticated clients and transactions. So it's really putting that front and center.
Oh yeah, because I think I'm looking at the wrong version on my
the reason that we are not taking an absolutist position.
Okay.
It also notes that sometimes they're used to transfer risk to the attorney upon the occurrence of the contingency, not the other way around. So
right. So what is the status of this opinion as far as, yeah, what is the status of it? You've made all these changes. Is there any more work to be done on the opinion?
I think if people are comfortable with the substance, we'd probably do an edit and quick cleanup, and then, nothing substantive, and put it out for comment. Initially, we thought we'd just put it before the committee. It might be the subject of more debate. But if people are comfortable, I think we could move forward with a cleanup and putting it out.
We've had many votes on this issue, but do we need to have a vote on making it an opinion again?
I think we took a vote the last time to make it an alert. So I defer to Cassidy on whether that's needed.
Oh, another vote. I'm honestly, I can't remember. I can't remember. I didn't even realize this was on the agenda, frankly. I'm so sorry.
It's on every agenda. It's been there for.
I know.
For 10 years.
It's like
And
this
I might-
shadow opinion that we can't shake.
I'll raise one really weird point, which is, and I don't know the answer to this, but I don't really know. This would have to be compared to the very first version, which was many years ago, which did go out for public comment. And then we would have to ask staff to tell us whether it would need, is it different enough from that version that went out for public comment that it needs public comment again? Or is it just smart to put it out for public comment again? I have no idea. I don't care.
I favor public comment on it.
Yeah. And the other thing is, from the clamor of voices, it's possible not everybody read this for today. And so maybe taking a vote to see if you want to consider keeping it on the agenda as an opinion, and then people digging in for the next one. I'd be very satisfied. I just wanted to see if this captures the imagination of the committee any further or not.
If
Yeah,
we
I mean,
ran a comparison,
I think that's a fair suggestion. Go ahead.
I feel like a comparison would reveal that this is word for word verbatim
Yes.
to the first draft that went out.
That would be exciting.
Never generated.
It's like Groundhog Day. Okay, well, I'm
Maybe
happy to
formally ask if folks want to take some time to consider it. If people haven't had an opportunity to review it and consider it, I don't think that's a bad idea, because initially we just thought we'd put it to the committee to make the decision of opinion versus ethics alert, and it would give us some time also to refine it a little bit. But I don't imagine any substantive changes.
Raquel.
Yes. Could we, if we say, let's not vote it out, but let's put it on the agenda, could we have the opinion and the public comment that went out whenever it went out, along with this version?
The history.
So yeah, just so we have some sense. I feel like I was on this working group at one time, and I think the original one, like Brandon, you said, because of the people who were on it, was very, I mean, it was impermissible.
Right.
That was
I
their
was one of those
position.
people. I was one of
Right,
those people, so
right.
I'm not casting blame, but
No, it's just
It was-
was perspective. So
Yeah,
I
it was
do
all
think
the
it's
old-
different.
it was the old mandatory fee arbitration crew that was on here.
Exactly. Right.
And we all just thought these things are terrible. We see them all the time.
Right.
And we had never seen the versions that Eleanor was suggesting could exist.
Right.
So it was much more strident than this. This to me is a much more balanced product.
And I say that to the sort of the reflection, should it go out for public comment? I think it's a different opinion because of the perspective was different.
Yeah.
I'm in favor of sending it out as well. I think the question is, do we send it out now in its current form? Are people comfortable they've had a chance to review it? Or do we wait and give people more time to consider it?
I think, well, my vote would be to wait one more meeting, because honestly, I didn't read it, and I don't have an idea of what it says. I'm sure I'm happy with it, but I'd rather have one more meeting to look at it.
Erin, you've been pretty active throughout, even though you're not on the committee or the working group.
So do we need a vote to decide whether it's going to be considered as potentially not an alert, or can you just put it on your agenda, or,
I think we can just put it on the agenda for next time and then the goal will be to vote it out or not, and make it an alert, or, make that decision at the next meeting. Is that okay, Brandon? I'm sorry, I forget you're not
No,
going to
of
be there.
course, it's great. I mean, I appreciate this. I want to thank Eleanor for working towards this product with me, and I'll leave it in everybody's hands, and I'll just read the newspapers for the front page.
It's been great working with you on it.
Absolutely.
You can always attend the meetings as an attendee, Brandon.
I'm going to give public comment every month.
He's gonna be like, what is the status of the conversion clause opinion?
Exactly.
Brandon, you won't be the only one giving public.
I'll get in line.
Okay, so that is that item. And we will have it on the, is there somebody?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, before we move on, can I just get clarification? I believe this was the one that I wasn't sure, Nima, if you were on this working group or not. For the conversion clause?
I don't believe I am on the conversion clause working group. Unless I-
Okay.
It's gonna need like a new working group because
I do think, yeah, we're
Yeah,
down to
I'm
a working
out
group of
and-
one at this point, so I need another, I need some
I'm happy
hands.
to to join it.
Who's on it now? Is it Raquel and Eleanor? Or is Raquel on it?
I only had Eleanor and Brandon.
Just me and Brandon, as far as I know.
Oh.
So now it's just me. And I'm happy to to continue making the changes, refining it, and dealing with the drafting. But it would be good to have somebody else read it and on the group.
Yeah, happy to do it.
Okay, and I'll do it too.
Okay, fantastic.
Just remind me. Okay, next is arbitration draft discussion 4.1 discussion of draft arbitration advisory 1998-02. And that is being presented by Raquel.
Yes, let me, as I get started, I would like to have probably some general sense if people had a chance to look at the attachments, which were many to the agenda item. So I will know how deep not to go, if most people haven't really looked too deep into it yet. Yes, no, maybe so.
I will admit I did not get a chance to get through it. So
it's
I will
not
make
it's not a test and there's no judgment. It's just, I don't want to go too deep if people haven't really had a chance to digest it because it had a lot of attachments. Okay, so it seems it's maybe not. So the update, Novella is on this committee, and I would say probably we haven't said she's the lead, but I'm thinking of her as the lead. Is basically just to give you an update on what we've done since we got this. Give an opportunity. We have a couple of questions to staff. We have some ideas of how we might want to proceed, but they may go to expanding the scope of what was assigned. So we thought, in the spirit of our work plan and the idea of how things get expanded and then we don't finish them, that we would bring it here. And so that's what we're intended to do. No action from the committee. It fits nicely with what I think Brandon just said about when the fee arbitration committee folded into COPRAC back in, I don't know, 2019, 2020. So that's how we got arbitration advisory in this committee. At that time, we had people who were fee arbiters. And so they had a context. As the years have gone on, we have lost that expertise now with Brandon being the last person. So that was something that I was on the committee at some point when it happened, so I was aware of it. But as we got this arbitration, we realized we, as a COPRAC, are not getting some of the information of some of the decisions that are being made. And so that's just sort of a flag. The presiding arbiter came and talked to us. We did have a follow-up with him to say, okay, what's really your issue? And there's some question as the issue was framed as to whether the arbitration advisory is, let's say, the primary place of which something should be done. And I say that because back in 24, Zoom became the default for arbitration hearings. And there's a rule about it, which was one of the attachments. It's in the arbitration guidelines for arbiters, which is also in the attachments. And while it was stated as a reorganization, the more we dug into it and we just realized the infrastructure for in-person arbitrations by bar associations is in rapid decline. There's not many counties that have it. But at the same time, there are people that do request in person. And so there's somewhere between the arbitration folks in some way. Now this is me, and I want to say it delicately because it's being recorded. But in some way want to say you have to stay in Zoom. And when people are making requests, in some way it's being perceived as not legitimate. In other words, it's to prolong the process, to divert something, to do something. And so there's some challenges with that because there is an arbitrary nature. If I get Cassidy as the person that's going to be here, hearing my hearing, if you will, she may say yes. But if I get Emil, he may say no. And so there is some lack of inconsistency about that. That's not great. And so we also were referred to meet with the bar's ADA coordinator, who's in HR, to see how the bar overall deals with it. And so she, said she didn't actually even know this whole issue with Zoom had come up, but that she did think that we should have some criteria. She sort of shared how the bar does it overall for other instances, which in some ways just saying to the person, what do you need? Could we do? They don't require any documentation, and it's a criteria that people have come to feel is appropriate. And so our take is that, we can probably do something with the advisory, but we could also probably do some kind of alert that would go out more broadly. We could think about saying what were the words we said, meaning access, and what does the rule says something like, I wrote it down somewhere, guys. Accommodation, reasonable accommodation. So maybe putting a little bit of frame around what that means. Because some of the reason why someone may not want to have Zoom may not be a disability at all, or say in the traditional disability context. For example, some people are neurodivergent, at least that's a title. Some people may not now in this virtual context have access to certain devices. And since these are supposed to be confidential, libraries and public places aren't appropriate. So as we've been talking about it more and talking to more people, yes, there is a disability element, but there's also some non-disability elements that may come into play. And so I think that's kind of the net of it. We were wanting to schedule with the attorney in the mandatory fee program to learn more from her, specifically about what's happening on the ground with this from the program side. And so I think that's the net of it. Like, as I say, the question to COPRAC is more around the idea of, yes, if we do something to the advisory, is there any opposition to doing some kind of arbitration advisory alert, or some kind of communication that's has more of a public interest also component to it, as well as on the attorney side. So
I have a question for the people on the committee. Has anybody handled as a lawyer or as an arbitrator, but handled a fee arbitration by Zoom as well as in person? And do you have any comments about the differences between the two, how they're being handled? I just had a Zoom one and it was terrible. So that's but I haven't handled one in person. So I'm just curious if anybody has noticed the difference. Brandon?
I have not noticed a difference. I've had great and terrible experiences virtually and in person, depending on the
Arbitrator.
Or I mean, honestly, I've been the
Oh.
arbitrator. I've just had
okay.
some wild people involved, but I haven't noticed a difference on that issue. I mean, I don't love Zoom cross examinations and things like that, but that's part of life. It's not
Right.
terrible.
Yeah. Okay, Erin?
I find if you have I mean, I don't even think it's an option in LACPA to do it in person, as far as I know. I think they're all Zoom, but I think they're so much more efficient on Zoom. It's better for the clients in Zoom because they're already very informal anyways, but they're much
right.
And my experience is when people are asking for, demanding in person, it's just it really is honestly an attempt to delay. And I've seen as trying to get a hearing delayed like 18 months with all these, every different which way.
Okay.
With San Diego, by the way. Finally, I went by Zoom after I was already on my way en route down to San Diego for an in-person that they were demanding to be in person. And then they got COVID, supposedly. Seriously, although we already are leaving from like LA area to go down to San Diego, and then, we can't appear. So then by that time, guess what? They couldn't get another in-person one. Finally, the panel agreed to have it go over Zoom, which was fine. So I don't see that there's not a significant difference, even if it is supposedly better to be in person. The scheduling is so much more difficult. You have 3 people who's are going to sit as the panel that have to make themselves available, and into that availability add travel time. So clearly they're going to be less available. So it's not significantly better to be in person such that I would ever require them to be in person personally, unless there was something ADA related such that they could not go on Zoom because of like some kind of physical disability or something. Other than that, I would always make them on Zoom personally, because otherwise they're wildly inefficient.
Okay. Bill?
I mean, I haven't seen any difference whether in person or via Zoom. I have a preference of being in person, but that's just my preference. But I defer to the parties and counsel. If they want to do it via Zoom, we do it via Zoom. Either way is fine. But you get good and bad with both of them, and I've had both. So, but I haven't seen any real difference whether it's in person or via Zoom.
Like handling that
Right.
was my curious, like the process itself, how it was being handled. But so getting back to, who has their hand? Vikita, you
Nikita
have
has
your
her
hand
hand
up.
up.
Yeah, so I've done both arbitrations in person and on Zoom, and there's not a difference.
Okay.
There's really not a difference. I actually prefer doing Zoom because we can kind of cut to the chase and not have to do all that unnecessary driving, but it's been advantageous.
So
Okay,
let me just
yeah, go ahead,
say
Raquel.
the bar has made hearings the default is Zoom, so that water is already under the bridge, because out of all the counties in LA, there's only 8 bar associations that are doing the hearings. And so my assessment is that's the reason that default to Zoom. I mean, because you don't have the infrastructure to do it any other way. So I think that decision has been made, but the question, but as the Clark is saying, that doesn't stop people from saying we want it, and the rule says reasonable accommodation can be made, but again, what does that actually mean is where we said that's probably too broad. And if your goal is to give people meaningful access, then no matter how many people say, it's more efficient for you, and it's all of these things, which are attorney focused, not public focus. It doesn't meet that requirement of meaningful access. If someone says they need it for whatever, it seems like there's a process to weed out people who are doing it, who are requesting things for other reasons.
Requesting Zoom or requesting?
No, requesting the delays
in
because I
person.
need Zoom. Yeah, I mean, Aaron said, it took us 18 months. Well, that kind of is a process breakdown, not like Zoom. Zoom could be you can blame Zoom, but it seems like that as we talk to the ADA coordinator, it's like there's many other ways to have stopped that much earlier.
Okay. So on that, so we're actually, am I blanking on her name? Coleman,
Vakita has
no,
a
not,
hand up.
oh, Vakita has a
okay,
hand up,
there's a
sorry,
hand up.
Vakita.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry.
I think one of the
Novella.
things,
I wasn't blanking on Vakita's name.
that's okay, that's okay. One of the things that we have seen and have done proactively is trying to determine from an ADA perspective, what type of reasonable accommodations does the individual need, even if they're showing up on Zoom. So that has been one of those things that we have taken in consideration and have done initially prior to even scheduling, whether it's going to be Zoom or in person.
So give us an example, like if somebody who needs an ADA accommodation who's going to be, while they're on Zoom, they'll need, what, headphones or, whatever, if they have a sight, a vision impairment or a hearing impairment, they're going to need certain special equipment or that sort of thing. Is that
correct? So if they're vision impaired, hearing impaired, those are some of the things that, that they will let us know prior to. If this is an individual that, physically has to get up, like every 15 minutes or log off so we send a detail, for lack of a better term, interactive document to be able to determine like what type of accommodations do you need in order to facilitate this via Zoom. Now, let me just say this too. They do get a little tricky though with saying, oh, I need somebody with me. And it's like, that's not really an accommodation. That's not an accommodation that's necessary.
Oh, like an emotional support person?
Right, yeah.
Well, we're getting into like the neurodivergent type situation. I mean, again, and I'm not an ADA attorney. I don't know but that would be the standard, what is required under the law, so they might need a person, with them if it's required.
You were going to
Okay,
say
so
something about Novella. Novella was her name.
yes.
Yeah.
So no, what I wanted to know is just what, where we are on this, because what you're drafting an advisory or updating an advisory to account for the Zoom ADA compliance.
Yes, and or some kind of alert, some kind of advisory that just surfaces it more, because it seems like that would also be helpful in terms of if people are requesting things that really as the more and more people we talk to, even Novella said, oh, we didn't know it was by default. So that decision was made by the Board of Trustees. And I'm not sure how broadly that has been communicated, which had us thinking, oh, we should communicate it because possibly more.
Just put it out there. If you're going to have a fee arbitration, it's going to be by Zoom.
Or just, some way that the bar
generally.
has different organs, if you will, to communicate information. So an alert. So we haven't decided, but what we wanted to say to the committee today is that's something we're considering are people opposed to it because it expands the scope of the assignment that we had. Right. So yeah, we can do the advisory, which is interesting, but when we dig down underneath, the real issue is not if it's in this advisory. The real issue is people really understanding Zoom is the default. Here's
what
the
their choices are.
Right. And this is the criteria for the arbiters to make the decision, because it is very arbitrary based on who you get as to how it's being made. And that isn't for the other things happening in the bar. Based on our conversation with the ADA coordinator, there is a criteria, there's a process that people, if you're going to be part of something, as Vakita said, you need to declare upfront. So you don't get to 6 months into something and all of a sudden you have this special request for in-person. So those are, some of the things that's not going to possibly be inside an advisory, because that's not, what it is. So if the committee is fine with
outreach.
If the committee is fine with us expanding, that would be the direction we would go. I mean, we'll deal with the advisory, but also expand.
Okay, so why don't we put on the agenda for next time because well, let me put it to the committee, but I think we should put on the agenda because you're going to update the advisory, but we're also going to draft some kind of public outreach alert, something that will be pushed out to just make sure, you know, the public and lawyers and arbitrators know just that this is the default, that, you know, that you should understand what your choices are and that sort of thing. Is everybody okay with that? Putting that on the agenda for next time? Kind of expanding the scope of this agenda item. Yep. Okay, cool.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry. Okay, moving right along here. The last kind of substantive thing we're talking about is the draft 20-0003 flat fees and termination. Possible request to circulate for public comment. This is Brandon. Sorry, it's like I'm
Actually,
reading it for the first time.
Nima was so gracious as to offer to do this for me because I've been a little swamped in trial prep. So I'm going to not walk through the draft.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Go for it, Nima.
So let me start before we go through it. Just give me a second, just to frame where I think we are. This is an opinion that my understanding has gone through multiple rounds of comment, and we are kind of at the stage that we think it's, you know, it's generally in pretty good shape. I mean, you can always do more with it. I do believe that Raquel had some comments too that she wanted to walk through during the call today. So with that, let me see if I can pull it up. For some reason, the SharePoint was not cooperating with me.
And I believe, Rachel, you have a copy of it as well, right? That you would you be
Yes, I do. If you'd like me to display it, let me know.
That would be great. My SharePoint is not working well for me, and I don't want to display the latest version. Okay. Great. So, okay. So my understanding, and Brandon, if you and Emil and Raquel, if you could, you know, tell me if I'm missing anything here, is that all of these changes were generally made after the last round of comments. There are a few comments that we have decided for various reasons, which we're happy to go through, don't merit any further changes. So if you just scroll down a little bit more. Yeah, okay. Okay, I mean, I guess the general takeaway is that I think it's ready in its current form. You know, I don't, and should we go through the other comments? Is that typically what we would do, or?
Were there do the red lines the changes respond to public comments, or is
They
this
do. They do.
yeah.
The red lines respond to the public comments. And other than those, to the extent that, you know, we elected didn't need to be responded to.
Okay. Does it hold on. Does anybody have any questions or thoughts? I mean, why don't you actually go over like one of any like the actual comments that or any substantive comments that maybe have been controversial or like.
Sure. So let me start with this one. Okay, so there was a comment that basically said We do not understand why front loading a lawyer's entitlement. This is on page 5, I believe. This was a comment and that we don't understand why the front loading of a lawyer's entitlement to fees will be likely subject to scrutiny because the terms of the agreement must be fully explained to the client. We recommend deleting the phrase fully explained to the client so that the sentence reads blah, blah, blah. This is an example of a comment that, we left in, but we made the change. In terms of a more, an example of one that we did not leave in was if you look at page 6, the last paragraph under C, subsection C, whether a fee is unconscionable, it says, this was comment 21. I don't know if you can blow that one up.
I'm sorry, which one? I believe I'm on the right place in the draft opinion, right?
Yeah, yeah. Hold on. I believe it's on page 6. So under the sub C, which is refunds of unearned portions of a flat fee in the absence of an agreed upon method.
Oh,
The
yeah.
last paragraph of that.
I just see a typo right here. I am going to fix that.
Please
Okay.
do.
Last paragraph of section C?
Yes,
Okay, so down here.
correct. So it's comment 21 from the CLA.
This is one of the comments we did not incorporate, correct?
Correct.
Okay, yeah.
So this is an example of, like I said, a comment that we didn't incorporate. This is the idea basically was, I think comment 21 was the analysis here could be sort of fleshed out as it relates to what constitutes an the factors of unconscionability as sort of elucidated in these cases. I think the idea was that that's a little bit beyond the scope of the opinion. And the standards are sort of what they are. But if there's anything to discuss to me that beyond what Raquel has, that would be the one comment that I think is still outstanding.
Okay.
If you all want to read it. Are there any views on this as to whether or not this portion should be expanded?
My view is that this is a really good synopsis and that there are many, many other areas where unconscionability is explored much more in depth, and I don't think we need to do that again. That's my 2 cents.
I agree.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with what's here. Does anybody else have an issue with the refund? So the issue is whether or not the refund, if there's a premature termination, how to, whether the refund amount is, or if there's no refund, right?
That's right. It's refund of unearned portions.
Yeah.
In the absence of an agreed upon method. And so this is just saying you look at, like, you essentially do what you're supposed to, you essentially look at the standard as it is currently written in terms of whether or not the fee incurred by the lawyer is reasonable or unconscionable. And if it's unconscionable, then don't do it. Has to be, earned.
Does anybody have any other, any questions about this section, or any of the other sections? I don't have any, no, I'm sorry. I have so many screens up.
There was one other point that it wasn't so much a comment, but it was something that we added that was kept in by the staff for discussion. There was a footnote in the beginning, footnote 2, that just kind of previewed in a perhaps somewhat gratuitous way, but nonetheless, like, tying this to how law firm fee models at larger firms are changing, and to kind of have larger firms make sure that they pay attention to these rules. And as if you read footnote 2, that's a proposed ad. We didn't get any like public comment on it, but it's more like an FYI.
I think it's helpful.
Okay.
Would it make sense to put something in there that they're being, I mean, well, I'm gonna say like, see, live, you know. Would it be helpful to put something in there about the sophistication of the client and that, because isn't that, I mean, that's what's happening. The clients are requesting them.
Right. Yeah, I think since that's expanded beyond traditional settings.
Especially like maybe by large law firms, especially when requested by, sophisticated corporate
Sophisticated
clients or
clients.
something.
Yeah, I like that. We can add that.
I mean, interestingly, I think law firms have more motivation to go this direction now that there's AI, which reduces the
100%.
time that's going into the work as well. So things are converging.
Totally.
So I would put after, is somebody editing?
Yeah, I can edit.
So just law firm, the first sentence after law firms, comma, especially when requested by sophisticated corporate clients.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Okay.
And I believe,
So, oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, I was
No,
just
go
saying, I
ahead.
believe Raquel had some additional thoughts that she wanted to walk through that she had sent prior to the deadline of us getting it through the updated before it went back to the committee. I've chimed in on those, but I think she said she wanted to walk the group through it, although it seems like she stepped away. So
Oh,
I just got she just put in the chat that she had to step away. So I don't know if maybe I can probably pull them up. Hold on.
okay. Which I mean, we can table it and come back when she comes back, or we can have you do it, Nima. Go over her comments.
Yeah, I mean, whatever's easiest. I'm happy to table it and let her kind of articulate her own concerns.
Okay, let's table. Oh, there she is. Oh,
Well, there
just
she is.
Saved by the Bell.
Perfect.
She's back.
Here we go.
Although I missed a little bit, so I'm not sure, but I did hear her saying we could table it till she comes back, and then I was back.
Okay, sorry about that. So we're back. We're talking about the flat fee opinion, and I understand that you have some comments or questions that you had gone over that Nima said.
Yeah, I left when we were talking about comment 2. Is that all you all talked about, or something after that?
No, I think so. We went through like the 1 or 2 remaining issues, and then I mentioned, I previewed that you had some additional thoughts that you wanted to walk the group through, which is what you said in your email.
Yeah, okay. And for the group's benefit, I just sort of missed the deadline, and then I decided not to complicate our submission by putting something in after it already had gone out. So so the group has seen it, or the working group. If you could go to the best practices page, which I think is towards the back. And yeah, it's like, yeah, okay. And so as we were talking about this opinion in the working group, one of the things, and I don't know if it was stated while I was away, I think comment 2 is sort of saying it as Nima said, is that it was made, the comment was made that people are using these flat fees, and we wanted to put in front of them that there are rules that you should be thinking about when you're doing it, which was an aha moment for me. And I thought that then what we did, and the addition of the best practices, which are not telling people you have to do it, but they're helping people think about, if you're going to do it, here's some things to think about. And so from my standpoint, as someone who has used flat fee agreements, and the major thing is when you have to renegotiate them, or the previous opinion we were talking about, which is the conversion clause, right? I mean, so that is that's the real issue. And so I was suggesting, my suggestion is that we basically, as a best practice, make a statement about termination, that either party can do it in writing. And so that's one. The other is, in the best practice, is to put in your contract what method of conversion, I'm gonna use that term, even though I think this opinion uses renegotiation, is how is it going to happen? Don't make it a surprise on the other end, because it is, I believe, it's the onus of the attorneys to think through, in the eventuality that we get to this point where basically the only reason why you did it is because you didn't scope the job appropriately. And then now you're trying to make it up on the backside of the client. And I did hear, Cassidy, you use the level, sophisticated client is not really who this is aimed at. It's the person who gave all their money to this firm and then ends up they don't have what they need, and they don't have money to go get something else. And so that was that type of clause is routinely in contracts, maybe not attorney contracts, but just for business transaction contracts where you say, you know, either it's going to revert to this hourly rate, may not be the hourly rate that the firm charges, but some other hourly rate, or you may get this many hours and after that, you know, we're done with you, but some kind of pre-thinking by these firms who are using these type of agreements. And so that was something that I think we should be saying, this is a best practice, put it in your contract, how in the eventuality this needs to be renegotiated. So when people sign it, they know what they're signing up for. And so those are the two additional best practices. There was a third one, which was comment 3, but I think Nima's comment, which was really saying, and it gets back to the trust account or operating account, you know, that if you sign off on your attorney putting your money in the operating account and the relationship is severed, you may not get your money back. And so Nima's comment was, you know, that would go beyond the opinion, but, and so I understand that. At the same time, I think it's sort of valid because again, if you're terminated and you can't get your money, you didn't quite understand that, that is also a problem. And then, so fast forward to, these are the kind of things that end up in what we were talking about, these fee arbitrations in a bar system that doesn't have, you know, the infrastructure, I would say, needs to be strengthened. And I also think that this presents some, if the trend is accurate, that more and more firms are going to be using it, opens the bar up to some liability with people doing all kinds of things, making up things as they go, and the public being hurt. I don't want to use victim, but being hurt by some of these things because they're making up things that people sign up to and then end up not having representation. So from my standpoint, it's guidance or best practice. Is not that you have to do it, but you should be encouraged to do it, to protect. You know, in some way, I was talking to an attorney, and I was looking at from the public side, they say in some way it's to protect the firm as well, because the firm can find themselves in a lot of fee disputes when these things are not clear. So those were the comments, and I had some specific language that I typed out, but that's the net of the intent of the additions.
Did you have, you wanted to add language to the best practices?
Yeah, just, it would be bullet, you know, it was 2 bullets. And there was a question about comment number 3, indicating the risk is really when you are agreeing to put the money to be put in the operating account. Right, so the comment 3 kind of says, just know you would be at risk for not being able to, if the relationship severs, you may not be able to give them their money back because you've done other things with the money. But it's really specifically if you put it in the operating account. So it would be.
Oh, you mean footnote 3.
Footnote 3, I'm calling it comment 3.
Sorry, everything.
Yeah, I have it as comment, but yes.
Okay.
So I think, I mean, to me, it's really how the committee feels about the spirit of the 2 things I said. And if there's, you know, if they go along with it, like I say, I have the bullet that we write, if the committee feels as Nima's input back was like, great, but, you know, maybe we don't want to be going that far in adding that kind of that kind of language.
Well, we don't, so the question is do you want to have another round to incorporate your revisions or have the working group consider them, and then we can vote on it the next meeting, or do we want to vote on these revisions now to be voted out? Is that what
I would, yeah, I wasn't suggesting we take it back to the committee. I didn't think it needed to go back to the committee. I was thinking this August body could decide on the spirit of the ads, and we just add them, and if it's voted out, then it would be included. The committee would just say, I agree with the spirit, we'll leave it to staff in the working group to, finalize what the bullets are and take it away.
But what are we'd have to see the language.
You have to?
Well, yeah, I mean,
okay, so the language could be. The bullet would be that a termination clause that states client and attorney have the right to terminate at any time in writing. And then the method included in that clause would be the method to determine the earned and unearned fees, as well as the ownership of completed and in-process work product. So that could be one best practice.
Wait, but for the termination clause, I mean, terminate at any time in accordance with termination.
I'm sorry.
I mean, yeah, it still needs to be in compliance with, what is it, Rule 116 is termination?
Yeah, I understand that. This is just saying, again, this is new things that people are doing, and the committee, the working group feedback I heard was that attorneys are using this and they're not following the rules, as if they don't know these rules exist. So I'm just saying, okay, well, let's just put something in there. If a rule already exists, that's great. It's just saying, hello, remember this termination thing. That was my point. But as you're saying, what Nima said, we don't need to say that because it already happens. So
no, I'm just saying, if you're going to put in an engagement letter that you can that either party can terminate at any time, that's not true necessarily. Attorneys cannot just terminate an engagement at any time. There are specific rules depending on the type of engagement that it is. So I'm just saying, if we're going to put that language in there, I want to make sure that we're giving attorneys correct advice.
Okay, so I don't know, that would be the attorneys have to speak on that.
Yeah. I think some of the client can terminate at any time. The client can terminate at any time, but that's I think that's part of that is the rule, and that's like you can have counsel of your choice. But to Carrie's point, attorneys, like you could terminate as long as there's no prejudice to your client. That's so.
Well, if you need permission from the tribunal, if it's
or
a litigation,
if you need permission from the tribunal, right?
I mean,
there's a lot of circumstances that make it difficult.
Wasn't this opinion? I thought this opinion in here says you could terminate. So I didn't think I was saying something new. Like, I didn't think I made this up. Did I miss it?
No, well, yeah, I mean, that's like a standard, like a fundamental point. But as a practical matter, virtually all fee agreements that I've seen has something like that in there already, like that so I don't know if this is necessarily a new best practice point, that to put in your engagement letter that the client can terminate at any time, and the lawyer can terminate at any time, subject to the rules of the governing the profession. I mean, that's a very basic common provision in any fee agreement. So I don't know if this adds anything.
I think one of the things. Oh, go ahead, Erin.
Yeah, I was going to say, my experience is a lot of the reason why people do flat fee work is because they think, oh, I don't have to bill. So honestly, if we're giving people best practices, we should be telling people that they should be tracking their time, because even in a flat fee case, you don't earn your flat fee until full performance. And up until full performance, all you get is quantum merit, which is reasonable value of your services. And the way generally reasonable value of the services are calculated is going to be amount of time in and the rate. So even every flat fee agreement should have a contracted hourly rate So that way you don't have to have that issue. And the best practice is you keep your time anyways, so you can justify your fee. And as I've counseled many lawyers, what happens if my hourly rate and all my time is way more than the flat fee? Well, obviously you can't make more on termination than, right? I mean, pretty obviously, although a lot of people find this surprising. And all you do is, if you don't give a refund, a part of the fee, even, yes, of course, there are every once in a while outliers, but generally speaking, if you have not completed all the services for which, the scope of services for which you contracted a certain amount, and even if you put in tons and tons of extra money, I mean, time and money, actually, because my time is money, you still ought to be giving a refund. Oh, and here's the other part that really important, really important advice to them, since we're giving best practices. Even if you decide to give a full refund for whatever reason, because customer service, you don't want bad Yelp, whatever, the state bar's OCTC still says you need to have an accounting at the end of every single engagement. You still have to do an accounting. So for a flat fee that's fully performed, it looks like this: March 1st, 2025, $10,000 preliminary hearing. And then if the preliminary hearing happened August 27th, services rendered, $10,000, zero owed. They require that documentation. Otherwise, you get a failing to account. The client doesn't have to ask for an accounting. So I think that's the kind of best practices that we should be giving lawyers that are thinking that the flat fee is taking a lot of administrative burden off of them, but really not.
So are you saying on the accounting question, the OCTC requires an accounting, but the accounting can just be the flat fee? Like it's not requiring the actual time spent and I mean, that's a best practice, but it's not a requirement under the accounting rule.
No, but I would tell you this: if, let's say, $10,000 for preliminary hearing, and then a week before the preliminary hearing, you get terminated, and then the client says, I want all my money back, because they always do. I mean, honestly, the ones that complain always do. The nice ones didn't complain, so they're not an issue. So the ones that are just unhappy, they complain. And then one of the things, even if it's all they have to do, in the state, and OCTC doesn't even require a request, but they'll say it's at the end of the representation, you as the lawyer have to account for the money received. And I've even seen it when all of the money was refunded, that OCTC says you didn't provide an accounting, and the accounting at least has to be when you receive the money and when you return the money. And because if you didn't complete all the services for a flat fee, to establish quantum merit, you have to recreate basically the time invested and the work you did. Yes, that will have to be on the accounting. If you're not refunding every single penny, yes, you're gonna have to basically outline what work was performed for the money that you've taken of that flat fee.
Right, because you're gonna seek, if you're gonna seek a quantum merit, meaning that you're not refunding the full amount, then you better account for what that quantum merit is, and that's part of the accounting that you would need to provide to the client.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think these are all good best practice tips that probably should be in this. Does everybody else agree with that? And how do we want to handle? I mean, my suggestion is that maybe we can circulate another draft. Or do you want we can draft these? Well, let me ask. Can somebody see? Can you guys? I can't see everybody. That's my problem. I can't see. Do we want to add best practices? I like Erin's comments. Do we want to kind of flesh this out a little bit more before we vote this out?
I'm happy to work with Raquel and her group just to add some more best practices and refine it.
Yeah, that would be great. If I feel like if because I think Brandon's leaving anyway, so that would be a nice switch out, and Erin can help with drafting what she described. Yeah, I think that's a good ad. I mean, I really do want to get this out because I feel like it's like been pending for a long time. So hopefully we'll be able to just, add the best practices and be on with it.
I agree.
Could I ask
I
Carrie,
can't.
Carrie was gonna say something. Can you share more, Carrie, or your thoughts?
Oh, I was just gonna say, and again, it's been a while since I was at OCTC, but this was a huge source of complaints when I was there, and it was a huge source of confusion for respondents. I don't know if it's improved over the past couple of years because the rules were pretty new back when I was at OCTC, and people were starting to understand the difference between flat fees and true retainers and the need to account and things like that. But so it might have improved, but I know at least 7 years ago, it was a huge source of confusion. And so I think attorneys could benefit from like a best practices bullet point list to look at.
Okay, so and so we'll just double check that the best practice bullet, like that's the narrow goal here, is to just come up with, make sure that we are giving the best practices based on, and I think it's worthwhile because I mean, I know we do have, like, Carrie, you were at OCTC, but Aaron, I value that opinion. We want to have that we have your disciplinary background because those made sense. So let's just have one more round of getting the best, get this right, and then we can, the goal is to vote it out for the next meeting. Does that sound reasonable? Okay. Okay. Let's move along. And then, sorry, Raquel, on your comments. So then Aaron and you guys can incorporate. Yeah, I think that's
We'll decide. Okay, we'll decide it, yes or no.
Yeah, thanks. Okay. Now we're going on to the work plan. Discussion of the 2025 work plan.
And I tried to update this as we went along. So you'll see the track changes with everything, I think, that the committee has discussed thus far.
Okay, so we're just kind of just going through what we've just going over, just summarizing everything that we've kind of done today, which I can't even remember now.
Yes.
Okay, so so client
this first one, I'll just let you know. Mary Grace reached out to me separately and asked staff to incorporate public comment. So we'll be doing that, and we'll bring that back for the October meeting.
Okay, good. Lawyers, expert witness. We know what's going on there. I forget now, but it's there. I can't read it. So flat fees we just went over, and we're coming back for next meeting just to deal with the best practices.
And who's going to be lead on that one since we're losing Brandon?
Well, Nima, do you want to do lead since you kind of took the lead
sorry,
today?
I was on mute. I'm happy to take lead.
Okay. Thanks, Nima. Okay, conversion clauses, revised opinions submitted. Okay, so that same thing we're gonna review for next meeting. Honestly, I forget what we even talked about, but I think that looks right. Okay, and then ethics of in-house counsel. We did vote that one out for public comment. Fixed typos, so that's great. Okay, so cryptocurrency we did not talk about today. Eleanor, let's see, August.
I think we made the decision
we pushed that. Yeah.
October or so.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll put that one on the agenda for October, right? That's still good.
That works for me, Nima.
Okay. Okay, the in-house counsel 1.9, what are we doing with that one? September.
So, we've had a few kind of questions about that. Actually, I just spoke to Mary Grace about that yesterday. And I think we're trying to figure out how to reorganize it best. And one of the things that Mary Grace suggested that we do is read the new guidelines for how the timeline and how we should be organizing these, because I think we have a draft and it's totally redone from what was done previously, but we're also kind of lost about, do we have to go put this out for public comment because we've rejigged everything. So I think we need to, and maybe the best thing is to work offline with Rachel and staff on figuring that out. But I don't think it's ready to go to the next meeting, like to be presented at the October meeting, because I think we need some guidance on whether we're going the right direction.
Okay, well, definitely will need to be voted out for public comment whenever it's ready.
Correct.
So, yeah, I mean, perhaps you can maybe Rachel can chime in with the working group on, the progress and, whether or not when it will be ready to be presented at the next meeting. I mean, you can like tear it, I mean, full disclosure, I worked on that opinion before it was its own opinion. You can tear it up and start over. I just think it's an important issue. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. And I think the discussion was more about like, how do we use hypotheticals or examples, things like that. But Carrie or Bakita, did I miss anything that, I don't know if Bakita's here, but
I think we're in pretty good shape. We're getting close.
Okay, cool. So yeah, we'll just maybe just we'll talk about it, or you guys can. I won't talk about it next time, but you can talk about it next time in the context of the work plan, and then make a decision where it should be when it will be presented, which meeting it will be presented at.
Perfect.
Okay. Okay, attorney adjacent work. Oh yeah, this is me, I think, or it was me. Yep, that is me. Yeah, I think I still have an outline. Me and Dan and Bakita. Okay, so why don't I probably won't have this. Let's put this on maybe for the meeting after October. And then I'll circulate I will circulate yeah, put it on. Let's talk about it next meeting on the work plan, because it needs to be incorporated into the schedule that we're going to have in place. So I'm, like, I don't want to say I'm going to have an issue outline when that's not the process.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, that's it? No, that's not it. So what's this?
So these are the arbitration advisories complete, and then the one we discussed today.
Okay, good. So we did that one, and then the one that Raquel talked about. Okay, put on the October agenda. Yeah, I think we got that one under control.
The rules are all with the Board of Trustees.
That's done.
And then I added on the DA ethics alert, and we have our working group, but I don't think I had a lead. If someone wants to let me know.
What do we do? Oh, this will be the draft submission will be revised. Out of the four of us, does anybody want to take the lead? Let's see, Riley. How about
maybe you could try splitting those up into those three categories: the editor, lead, all that.
Okay, I'll take the lead.
I can do editor.
Somebody's got to be the scheduler. Nobody. It's Dan or Aaron. I'm gonna assign it. I mean, it's tough because Dan is going to be the chair, but Aaron, you have volunteered a lot today already.
I can take
So-
scheduler if somebody else wanted editor.
Erin, I think you're on mute if you're speaking.
I can't see everybody's
I think she
faces.
might have
So.
been speaking, but she's on mute. We can't hear you, Erin. Or maybe she's speaking to someone else.
And I don't see Dan. Aaron, are you? Oh, yeah, she might be speaking to someone. Let's just, we'll deal, it's okay. We'll deal with, it's already been drafted. I'll be the scheduler too. And, you know,
Maybe staff could take the scheduling or for you there.
yeah.
Well, I guess I also assume that this is going to be on the October agenda, so it's just got to be done really quickly. That's why I couldn't help, because I just don't think I'll have the capacity, and I don't think I'll be at the meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not a problem. Since this originated with staff, I'm happy to continue helping out in any way the committee needs.
Okay, let's make staff the scheduler, and then you can bug me and Carrie to get it done. Okay.
Oh, and then I added the reconvened AI working group.
Okay. Oh yeah, and that's just going to be on an agenda next time so we can get more people on the working group. Okay.
Our October meeting is in person, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
For the
Oh yeah, and then
AI working group, if anyone knows anyone who would want to participate with a strong computer science background, I think that would be helpful. Like we went out to experts the last time, and I think we'll probably need an expert again, but it might be worth having a different expert this time just to get a different perspective.
well, I was going to say, what about the people who spoke at the symposium? I think there was a Berkeley law professor. I mean, I don't know who, depends on their capacity. Somebody was just asking me to speak at the Contra Costa County board on AI, ethics committee on AI, and I just can't do it. But I gave them the people that we had on the symposium for 2024.
Do you mind
Did we
forwarding
had
Nima and I to take a look at it?
Yeah, I will.
I think having someone who understands explainability and storage and how all that works would be useful.
Okay. Yeah, I'll forward their names. But we had an AI panel, the last one too, didn't we? I just couldn't find it. Yeah, okay. Okay, so now are we going over the 26 work plan? Why?
Yes, and I will develop a draft for the next meeting. I wanted to wait and see how the committee wanted to address things before I started to develop a draft.
Of the 26 work plan? The 20?
Yes,
Can Dan
2026.
be here for that? Is he coming back?
Yeah, where'd he go? Oh, he had to leave it too. That's
He
right.
had to leave it too, so he is not coming back this afternoon.
Okay.
But I think this goes hand in hand with the topics, processes, and procedures discussion. So maybe we can just bring this back at the next meeting when everyone has had a chance to review the working group's documents that were submitted.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably best so that we can do have just a more comprehensive discussion about the 2026 work plan incorporated into the structure that we're coming up with. So maybe table this item for next time. Yeah.
And I
Okay.
think because we are going to have to submit it to the board for review and approval, I think at the October meeting, we will need to have the committee vote on it, so that we can send it up to the board.
Okay. Well, I think we're definitely ready to do that. And I think it's perfect for, again, for Dan when he takes over.
Could you make sure he
Oh.
knows that? So
Yes,
that he
I'll
doesn't
reach
get
out to him and
surprised?
let him know.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, we don't want to surprise him with that.
No, that would be a bad first meeting.
Okay, I think we're talking about the symposium, and just kind of, we're just kind of kicking off planning, right? So, you know, brainstorming topics. We're gonna just have a quick discussion about that. So I don't really have any topics off the top of my head, but has anybody thinking about what we need to start, you know, what's topical? And what you would want to see on the at the symposium next year. I know we have a whole list of I don't is that part of the materials? The ongoing list of topics that we've had over the past decade, probably. Rachel, do you know what I'm talking about?
Are you referring to the list of requests for opinions and that, or is this specifically related to the symposium?
It's related to the symposium, and so I apologize. I can't remember if it might have been something that Erica had. I can probably dig it up, but it was just sort of a list that we went through, and just the past topics, so we're not repeating anything, and then topics that we had proposed in the past but didn't make it, onto the schedule, and maybe, yeah.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, is it, since I haven't seen that list, I was wondering if it's possible for us to table this to the next meeting so I can, as I may have missed this part of it, but I feel like it would be useful to review that list.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's part of the materials, and I think it is yeah, it is something that we should work from. So, yeah, I mean, we can talk about it at the next meeting. We have some time. And I'll try to, if I can't dig it up, we can reach out to Erica.
Karen
or
said that
Angela.
she can get it for us and we can distribute that to the committee and then, yeah, agendize it for the next meeting as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
I thought it was based on just the participant comment saying what they wanted, and then so I don't know that Erica did it, maybe Mimi or someone did it back in the day, and it was just a list and by year.
Yeah, it was just like just a list.
Yeah,
and then we would go
year.
through and like prioritize it. Yeah. So it's just would be nice to have something to work from, so we're not like, getting excited about a topic that we may have presented like 2 years ago, So let's just put this, I mean, we're kind of getting close to the end, and I think everybody's tired. It seems like. So let's put this on the agenda for next time. And then we'll have the list to go over, the topics. And then conversion clause. So I'm moving on. Conversion clauses
Sorry,
we've
one
talked about.
Small thing, if you don't mind. Do we know
Yep.
what day or date the because I thought this year I couldn't make it because it suddenly changed last minute. So do we know what date it's going to be on for next year?
I don't know.
We're gonna pull that up right now.
Okay.
Because we do have it set.
We did change it because I think it was on Good Friday originally. It was on Easter weekend. I mean, not weekend, but Friday, Good Friday of Easter.
You want me to project it or just give it to you?
You can just give it to them.
Okay. It's going to happen April 17th, 2026.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else on the symposium? Nope. Okay, conversion clauses we talked about, and then new business. Is there something that anybody's been thinking about that they want to talk about or present or address at the next meeting so we can get it agendized? Emil?
Sorry, I feel like I'm always the one that has something to say. I apologize.
That's okay. Yeah.
This is not really new business. I was just listening to everyone today. I think it might be helpful to, when you introduce the, kind of the introduction to the meeting, maybe when you or whoever the chair is, maybe it explains what COPRAC does at the beginning of every meeting, because it might obviate the need for certain people to comment on things that we have no jurisdiction over, and that, so I don't know. Some people might find it cathartic, and that's fine. But at the same time, I think people might have a false hope that somehow we're a disciplinary body, and I'm sure the Board of Trustees gets this. So yeah.
That's a good, I mean, that crossed my mind today, so, can we put that as part of like the opening and, so before the public comment period, just a blurb on what COPRAC is and what it isn't, basically.
Yeah, staff had we had a very similar conversation during lunch about that. And so I can go ahead and reach out to the other sub-entity coordinators and see what they have. I believe that the Board of Trustees has something that they read at the beginning of their meetings as well related to that issue. So yes, I can do some research and look into adding something into the intro.
Cool. Okay. Good idea. Thanks, Emil. Okay, well, I think we're at the end of our agenda. We are at the end of our agenda. Again, I want to thank everybody. This has been a great year. I loved getting to know everybody. I will be back, but not as chair. And again, I wish luck to Eleanor, and I know Dan isn't here, but to you guys to take over. So we'll see you in person next October.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you, Cassidy. Thank you, Bill.
Cassidy.
Bye.
Bye. Have a good weekend, everybody.
You